We also invite Vice Principal Junior School, LCSR, Ms. Ivy John, Headmistress, LCI Junior School, Ms. Simi Shafi, Examination Officer, LCI, Mr. Ranish CK, and Coordinator, LCSR, Ms. Regina Vivek, members of the faculty of the participating schools, faculty and staff of Lako Chambaka International, and our passionate young delegates.
It is with immense pride and enthusiasm that we welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of the 5th edition of LCIMUN International, a platform where discourse becomes diplomacy and voices become vehicles of change. Since its humble beginnings in 2016, LCIMUN has evolved into more than just a student-led conference. It has become a legacy of leadership, a legacy that fosters global citizenship, sharpens diplomatic acumen, and nurtures empathy, which is the most vital currency in international relations today. Each edition has brought to the table some of the most urgent and complex challenges of our time, encouraging our youth to not just speak, but to listen, understand, and act.
Each chapter in this journey has been a testament to the power of young minds coming together to debate, build bridges, propose solutions, and reimagine the world we wish to inherit. And now, in 2025, we turn the page to a new chapter. The 5th edition of LCIMUN International promises to carry forth this legacy, tackling new global crises, amplifying new voices, and sparkling new ideas. Let us begin this meaningful day with the lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the dispelling of darkness and the dawning of knowledge and wisdom. I now request our chief guest, Ms. Jeeva Maria Joy IFS, respected chairman, Mr. VMP Raj, and all the other dignitaries to join in lighting the ceremonial lamp.
To begin this momentous occasion on a note of grace and reflection, may I request everyone to kindly rise as we invoke divine blessings for the success of this day and the journey ahead.
Come
Thank you. You may now be seated. To formally welcome everyone gathered here and to offer his vision for this prestigious conference, I now invite our respected principal, Mr. Pramod Pillai, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, all. Good morning, children. Good morning. Respected Chairman, Mr. V.N.P. Raj, Chief Guest for the day, Ms. Jiva Maria Joy, IFS, our beloved Secretary, Ms. Shashikala Raj, our young leader, our Director, Ms. Shrija N., Mr. Jins Thomas, our Vice Principals, Sembaga faculties, teachers, and all the delegates for the meeting. I take this moment to welcome you all to this wonderful morning where I have the same feeling of when I walk to one of these, the International Forum of UN. In this momentous occasion, we are blessed to have the presence of Ms. Jiva, our IFS officer, with immense international exposure to this wonderful morning, and let's give a big round of applause and welcome them. Yeah, our junior school children are walking in, and I'm sure that it is going to be a spark for them. Let's also welcome them with a big round of applause. Children, always I wonder, as a school leader, being with you all for last 25 years, I wonder why do we have to come out of the classroom and conduct an MUN or an intercultural fest or anything and everything that we do out of the classroom is always a question that comes and with a wonderful answer to me. Can anybody would like to try an answer for this? Why we have to come out of the classroom and engage with a diverse learning experience like MUN? Any of the delegates, would you like to have an answer for that? I know all of you have an answer, but you all are saving your energy. Your skill in the use. What is your name? Come again? Rahul Ranjan. Which school? Green Valley International School. Fantastic, Rahul. I really admire at you. Children, we have our keynote speaker and rest of the others, but I would like to just share with you one of the thoughts that comes to my mind, especially when we think about out of the classroom with the diverse experience of learning. In my basic understanding, children, it is a journey from compulsion to consciousness. When I tell you the journey from compulsion to consciousness, I would like to take you back to the origin of all of you. When I say about origin of all of you, you know, the origin, the first cell. What is the name of it, biology students? Zygote, yeah. Zygote with the 46 chromosome, the first cell of you. And do you think that cell has an eye in it? Yeah, there is an eye. And do you think the heart is there? Yeah. And the lungs, your nose, your lungs, your heart, your liver, everything is there in that cell. Can you imagine that? That little micro cell that you origin has everything in it. such a conscious intelligence, isn't it? And when I talk about intelligence, do you all want to have a sharp or a blunt intelligence? I'm going to bless you now. What do you want? Very sharp, isn't it? And when you wanted to use a knife, do you want a blunt knife or a sharp knife? Sharp knives. But we don't give the knife to the children, isn't it? Small babies, do you give it? Why? They cut their finger. So when you have to use a sharp knife, what is very important is you need to have a balanced hand, isn't it? International MUN, a child who can understand and participate in 10 to 15 international MUN in their school time, I am sure that they will have a balanced hands to understand the world and live with such wonderful life, because they are not biased towards any of them. When you represent the major countries of the world, you will understand what actually the citizen of those countries feel about every incident. So MUN, in my understanding, is the journey from compulsions to consciousness, a balanced hands and a balanced mind and a balanced thought to understand the world better. With this note, I once again welcome you to this wonderful morning, and welcome all the junior school children. It is going to be another spark for all of you. After a couple of years, you are going to be the mainstream MUN students, and welcome you once again all, and wish you all.
Thank you, sir, for those warm and inspiring words. We now invite our chairman, Mr. VNP Raj, a constant source of encouragement and vision, to share his greetings and extend his support to the 5th edition of LCIMUN International.
A very good morning, very hearty good morning, and most welcome to our chief guest, Sri Jiva Maria Joy. So JJ is repeating in your name, JMJ. So respected Jiva Maria Joy, and the rest of the audience are only two. One is learners, and second is learning facilitators. So all learners, learning facilitators, and our chief guest. I'm only going to speak for a few minutes, but my focus is on the learners. The principal just said a conscious development, a conscious use of knowledge. I think that was his point about the MUN. But I look from a little different angle. Children, what is the difference between human beings and non-human beings? Enough of non-human beings and then human beings. What is the essential difference? The non-human beings do have very good consciousness, as we do have. But what makes them different? from all the animals, what makes human beings different? Animals kill. But do they kill for money? Do they kill for power? Then animals kills for what? For their own food. Survival, food. But whereas human beings, they do all the game of life, killing, to paining, to putting power, to gain power and gain resources and gain wealth. This makes humanity a totally different race from the Almighty. So what has resulted in this differentiation? Money, wealth, power. What has resulted? Fight. The earth has witnessed the maximum bloodshed from which race? Humanity. And First World War was a global bloodshed. But did we learn a lesson? No. It ended in another world war. Every war was not to gain power. Every war was for wealth and resources. At the end of Second World War, humanity had a new learning, experienced learning. What was that learning? We keep on fighting, the almighty earth itself will finish us. We can't continue fighting, but we should compromise, keeping our wealth aims, keeping our exploratory, innovative developments, but still we have to compromise. How we compromised? We formed the United Nations. And United Nations was continuously trying to bring human beings to a non-fighting peace and achieving glory through the United Nations. They have a department for everything. For laughing also they have a department. To keep everyone at a own common platform. But are we in that safe platform today? Do you think we are in that safe platform? How many wars have almost reached World War? How much of trade fight is happening? How much of resource fight is happening? There is humanity going back to its old barbarian way. It is at this point, my dear most children, this MUN becomes very important. You are going to take over the rank and file of humanity very soon. What are you going to do? Global citizenship, it was mentioned here. What is global citizenship? Is it we live as Christian, Muslim and Hindu? Is it global citizenship? Is it we live as Indians and somebody live as Americans? Is it we live as developed and undeveloped? Is it we live as Africans and Indians and Europeans? So what is your role? Your role is to bridge these gaps. We need to go beyond all these gaps. We need to be united as one humanity. A one humanity where we stand together. A one humanity with one global government. Subsidiary governments in different parts of the earth, but one global government, one global citizen, one passport, one opportunity to travel anywhere, one opportunity to find jobs where humanity can never be discriminated from one another. If that happens during your period, thanks to God, you have achieved what the humanity really wants. This is what I need to tell you at this point of time. This is not a platform to test your competition. We are not in competition, children. We are in survival. We are here to exist. We are here to support each other. We are here to understand each other. We are here to love each other. We are here to exist as humanity, not as differentiated people. With these few words, I thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your steadfast leadership and your knowledgeable words. And now, we are honored to invite our chief guest, Ms. Jeeva Maria Joy, Indian Foreign Service Officer of the 2016 batch and currently serving as the Regional Passport Officer, Tirunelveli, since October 2022. She has previously held key positions as Second Secretary at the Embassy of India in Madrid, Spain, and as Under Secretary at the Ministry of External Affairs, New Delhi. Her presence here today, shaped by a distinguished career in diplomacy and governance, is truly invaluable. I invite you, ma'am, to deliver the inaugural address.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, honorable chairs, esteemed delegates, members of the international press, and respected organizers, a very fine good morning to one and all. It is a matter of great pleasure and privilege for me to address such a stellar gathering of young minds, students from over 17 schools across our state who are keen to explore this model UN as a platform for dialogue, diplomacy, and leadership. I'm happy to note that the delegates gathered here today are not only the future of India, but also the future voices of our shared world. They are individuals who dare to imagine a better world, and more importantly, who are willing to work for it. Delegates, today, as you step into the roles of global diplomats in the United Nations Human Rights Council and in the United Nations Security Council, let us remember that you will be speaking up, not just for yourselves, but for nations, ideas, and human values. Your voice matters, and each of you are learning what it means to stand for something bigger than yourself. Delegates, you will not just represent nations today. You will be embodying them. You will take on their histories, their struggles, their policies, their partnerships, agreements, treaties, their contradictions. And you will learn to listen to opinions that you may disagree with. And that is a critical skill for any diplomat. How to listen, how to disagree respectfully and peacefully, and how to build consensus without losing your convictions. We live in a time of paradox. We are more connected than ever, and yet divisions run deep. By borders, by race, by gender, by class, by beliefs. As our Honorable External Affairs Minister said, differences can only be resolved through dialogue and negotiations, not war, as our chairman rightfully put. Negotiations are the only way forward. Dear aspiring diplomats, India's journey at the UN offers each of you a living lesson in principled pragmatism. India has always believed in Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. The world is one family. India's voice at the United Nations is not just an echo of its national interest. It's a conscience of a civilization that has consistently stood for peace, dialogue, and justice. As a founding member of the United Nations, India has helped to shape the core ideals of this organization: sovereignty, human rights, multilateralism, and peaceful resolution of disputes. India was the first country to raise the issue of apartheid in South Africa at the UN and has consistently stood up for decolonization, development, and dignity of all nations all these decades, especially in the global South today. Through its voice at the UN, India has championed the causes of non-alignment, nuclear disarmament, gender equity, and global peacekeeping. India is not just the world's largest democracy, it is the mother of democracy. And we as Indians inherit a tradition of peace, philosophy, and pluralism. And as citizens of this great nation, we must stand for diplomacy with dignity and rise with awareness, with compassion, and with clarity, so that there is nothing we cannot transform. Delegates, today I would like to share an incident from the life of former Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, who was the first diplomat that I ever met and who inspired me to join the Indian Foreign Service. When he was a permanent representative in those days at the UN, at times there were not many delegates present when the member nations would deliver speeches stating the country's official stance on global issues. On one such day, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan was representing India and stating our stance on colonization. There were not many delegates present, and some of those who were present were distracted. Ambassador was a bit disappointed. Suddenly, he noticed a representative of an African nation who was keenly looking at him and nodding his head as he was reading India's statement. Ambassador felt happy and went on stating India's views on the important subject while acknowledging the African diplomat by nodding back at him and giving him eye contact. After his speech, Ambassador went up to the African diplomat and thanked him for his rapt attention and asked if he had any thoughts on his speech. You know what happened? The African diplomat gave him a very puzzled look and replied, "Oh no, I was not paying much attention. It's just that I am the next speaker. So I just wanted to know when you were going to finish and my turn was going to come up." But today, when India speaks, the world listens. India echoes the aspirations of 1 billion people, and its voice resonates across continents, reflecting the voice of the global south and the concerns of a global community. India's diplomacy is rooted in dialogue, guided by dignity, and heard with deep respect, and our approach balances firmness with fairness. Delegates, this model UN is an important lesson in leadership as well, since a true leader speaks for the voiceless and works with everyone to find solutions, thus learning from each experience. I am sure that many of you would be aspiring to be future diplomats, civil servants, lawmakers, social change makers, and entrepreneurs. And for all of you, today is a rehearsal for the real world. Every word you speak, every motion you raise, and every resolution you pass, you are the citizens of a world that requires you to think beyond borders. You are not just simulating diplomacy, you are shaping your identities as global citizens. Even if all of you may not have passports today to travel to every country, your ideas, your minds, your values, they transcend every border. No matter where your life takes you and whichever profession you choose, may you always carry with you the spirit of this model UN, the courage to speak, the humility to listen, and the strength to build consensus and lead a life of purpose. I am extremely thankful for this opportunity to meet this extraordinary assembly of young minds, hearts, and voices. Together, let us not inherit the world as it is, but help each other to shape the world as it should be. We are never too young to lead and never too old to learn. Best of luck to each of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening address and for inspiring our delegates with your insights about negotiation and the link between India, its values, and UN in the past and current era.
Now I invite our esteemed director, Ms. Shija N., to greet the gathering.
Honorable Chairman Raj Sir, esteemed Chief Guest, Ms. Jeeva, other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, dear students, representatives from other schools, happy morning to all of you. Really feeling blessed to be part of this 5th chapter of Lcimun. Started in 2021 on online platform with just 4 schools. Today we are with 17 schools. Hats off to the team LCI. It's not easy to bring 17 schools and 100 plus delegates over here for some 2 days of delegation, debate, and diplomacy. It's not an easy task. I take this opportunity to appreciate the student leaders, organizers of this team, led by Pramod sir and the middle leaders, for their wonderful work, excellent work done by you. And the schools joining Happy that you have accepted our invite and you are here. And our motto says that Indian in ethos and global in outlook. There is no better platform to develop global outlook in children. So this is one of the best platform, and I'm sure as you delegate for 2 days and leave this auditorium, definitely there will be a lot of transformation happening in each one of you, both the organizers and the participants. Once again, wishing all the best for each one of you present here. Thank you.
I now call upon Mr. VNP Raj, our chairman, to hand over the memento as a token of love and appreciation to our chief guest, Ms. Jiva Maria Joy. I request the dignitaries on stage to join in presenting a memento to Ms. Jiva Maria Joy IFS as a gesture of our gratitude. Thank you, dignitaries. Kindly be seated in the front row for the overview.
Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. Vishnu takes on its multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Take a moment to reflect. Next, we take a moment to reflect on the incredible journey of LCIMUN. From its humble beginnings in 2016 to the impactful platform it has become today. To walk us through this inspiring timeline, we have a video.
Good morning to our esteemed guests, respected faculty, executive board members, and our participating delegates and reporters. We are honored to welcome you to LCIMUN Chapter 5.
Modern United Nations is more than an academic simulation. It is a powerful platform where young minds come together to engage in meaningful dialogue, deliberate over global issues, and collaborate on informed, well-structured resolutions. Here, diplomacy is not studied, it is practiced.
Our mission is simple yet ambitious: to empower students to become thoughtful leaders and articulate global citizens. Through rigorous debate, ethical engagement, and meaningful collaboration, LCMUN offers every participant a chance to think critically, speak confidently, and lead with purpose.
Since its inception in 2021, LCIMUN has grown from online committees into a nationally recognized forum for student diplomacy. With each passing chapter, we have expanded in size, scale, and vision, constantly striving to raise the bar in professionalism and academic excellence.
In the year 2021, LCMUN International began its journey in the midst of a global pandemic. It was a fully online conference, ambitious, determined, and filled with purpose. With just two committees, UNJ and UNHRC, with the agendas of tackling racial and religious cleansing of ethnic minorities with emphasis on conflicts in Western African states and the Israel-Palestine conflict. With a dedicated team behind it, Chapter 1 laid the foundation for a platform rooted in diplomacy, resilience, and innovation. Though it was virtual, its impact was real, a first step towards something far greater.
In 2022, LCIMUN made its transition from a digital simulation to a physical conference. For the very first time, delegates and international press members came together in person, engaging in debate and collaboration face to face. Though this edition featured just a single committee, the energy in the room was powerful. It was a moment of transformation, one that redefined how students experienced MUN. This chapter marked more than just a logistical shift. It was the beginning of real-world diplomacy, live collaboration, and the formation of bonds that could only be made in person.
By 2023, LCMUN had found its rhythm, and with that came the drive to grow. In its third chapter, the conference expanded to include two committees running at the same time, doubling both its size and participation. This decision allowed more students to take part, created more space for debate, and brought in a wider range of voices and opinions. It was a bold step that showed how LCMUN was growing, not just in numbers, but in confidence and impact.
Was a year of improvement and change. Instead of growing in size, LCIMUN focused on raising the quality of the conference. Every part of the event, from planning to delegate support and press work, was carefully reviewed and improved. This led to a smoother, more professional experience for everyone involved. It became a year where every small detail was given importance, and where excellence was not just a goal, but a promise.
Now, in its fifth chapter, LCMUN International proudly welcomes delegates and members of the international press from across the state. What once began as a modest initiative has now become a respected platform where students are united by a common passion for diplomacy and global affairs. This year's participants step into their roles not merely to debate or draft resolutions, but to take part in something far greater, the shaping of meaningful dialogue the practice of respectful negotiation and development of mindset that is globally aware, thoughtful, and future-focused.
The United Nations Human Rights Council, also known as the UNHRC, operates under the umbrella of the General Assembly. It is tasked with one of the most important responsibilities in the global system, the promotion and protection of human rights. At LCI MUN Chapter 5, this committee challenges delegates to engage with complex humanitarian issues that affect millions across the world. Delegates will be expected to address serious violations, hold nations accountable, and develop solutions that are fair, just, and grounded in international law. Through respectful debate and principled diplomacy, the UNHRC offers a space where delegates learn not just to argue, but to advocate. This year, the agenda for UNGA UNHRC Committee is addressing member state accountability for genocide and ethnic cleansing under international law. This topic asks participants to examine how nations can and should be held responsible for some of the most severe crimes against humanity. This committee will demand not only critical thinking, but emotional empathy and a firm commitment to justice.
The United Nations Security Council, or UNSC, is one of the most powerful bodies within the United Nations. Its primary duty is to maintain international peace and security, often under high pressure and time-sensitive circumstances. At LCMUN, delegates in the Security Council are placed at the heart of crisis diplomacy. They must respond quickly to unfolding conflicts, propose workable solutions, and negotiate with precision and care. This committee is designed for those ready to lead, ready to listen, and ready to make decisions that matter on a global scale. This year's agenda for the UNSC committee is combating the rise in hostage-taking of civilians and detention of combatants by state and non-state actors. It focuses on the increasing threat to civilians in conflict zones and the growing disregard for international humanitarian law. Delegates will need to assess current frameworks, propose urgent responses, and work together to uphold the safety, dignity, and rights of those affected by armed conflicts. It is a challenging topic, but one that reflects the real-world importance of the Security Council's work.
While the delegates are engaged in debate, there's another group that plays an equally vital role at LCI MUN, the International Press Corps. Composed of both journalists and photographers, the Press Corps documents the conference from start to finish. They capture the energy of the committees, analyze key developments, and share stories that bring the MUN to life for both participants and audience. At LCI MUN, the press is not just an observer, it is a voice, a lens, and a storyteller. It is through their work that diplomacy gains clarity, emotion, and reach. Journalists in the International Press Corps are responsible for writing clear, unbiased, and thoughtful articles. They conduct interviews, attend debates, and lead press conferences, ensuring that every voice is heard and every idea explored. Photographers, on the other hand, have the important task of visually capturing the essence of the conference. From the delicate expressions to intense committee moments, they document the most memorable scenes with focus and creativity. Together, journalists and photographers bring the LCI MUN experience to life, one story and one frame at a time.
The participating schools are Sarvodaya Central Vidyalaya, Nicole Chambaga Silver Rocks, Chinmaya Vidyalaya Achugal, Christnagar International School, Green Valley International School, Nicole Chambaga Serene Valley, Sarvodaya Vidyalaya ISC, St. Thomas Residential School, Christnagar Central School, Sri Vivekananda Memorial Public School, Vimala Hridaya School, Kollam, St. Thomas Central School, Christnagar High Secondary School, the Oxford School, Trivandrum International School, Christnagar Public School.
hopeful look into how far we've come. To express a collective appreciation to everyone who made this event possible, I now invite Ms. Padmapriya SK, Academic Coordinator, Senior School, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed Chairman, esteemed Chief Guest of the Day, Honorable Secretary, respected Director, Academic Dean, beloved Principal, Vice Principals, Coordinators, beloved teachers, the Students' Organizing Committee, Lcimun International, and enthusiastic participants from prestigious schools. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to deliver the word of thanks on behalf of the entire organizing team of our LCIMUN International Chapter 5. Lcimun International Model United Nations has established itself that empowers students to become global citizens and critical thinkers. Over the years, LCIMUN has fostered diplomacy, leadership, and collaboration by simulating real-world international debates. With its commitment to excellence, inclusivity, and innovation, LCIMUN has left a lasting legacy, shaping confident, articulate youth who are not just future leaders but change makers of today. First and foremost, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our chairman, Mr. VNP Raj, for your visionary leadership and unwavering support, and continue to inspire and guide us towards greater heights. Thank you so much, sir. We are honored to have the valuable presence of our beloved secretary, Mrs. Shashikala Raj. Thanking ma'am for the wonderful gesture towards all the student-driven events and your blessings, ma'am. We are deeply grateful to our chief guest, Ms. Jiva Maria Joy, IFS, Regional Passport Officer, for gracing us with your presence today. Your inspiring words have set the tone for thoughtful dialogue and meaningful engagement throughout this conference. Thank you for honoring us with your valuable time and insights, ma'am. Our sincere appreciation goes to our director, Ms. Shija N., whose encouragement and steadfast commitment to continue to propel this institution forward. Your support has been instrumental in shaping this platform for global thinking. Thank you so much, ma'am. A warm thank you to our beloved academic dean, Mr. Jins Thomas, for the academic stewardship and for nurturing a culture of inquiry and excellence, both of which lie at the heart of MUN. Thank you so much, sir. We extend our gratitude to our beloved principal, Mr. Pramod Pillai, for your tireless dedication and belief in providing students with platforms to think critically, lead responsibly, and act globally. Thank you so much, sir. To our vice principal, Ms. Pamela Anna Josh, thank you for your constant guidance, coordination, and behind-the-scenes support that ensures the smooth functioning of events like this. Thank you so much, ma'am. A big thank you to our Vice Principal LCSR, Ms. Annie Cherian, whose vibrant presence always a matter of motivation, and the support she extends act as a cause for more actions. Thank you so much, ma'am. A special mention to our headmistress, Junior School Ms. Simi Shefi, Vice Principal Junior School LCSR Ms. Ivy John, Senior School Coordinator Ms. Regina Vivek, for the unwavering support which helped ensure that every element of this event was executed with precision. Thank you so much. A sincere note of appreciation goes to all our facilitators, especially the teachers in charge of LCIMUN International, Ms. Kavita Vijayan and Ms. Rentida Rajan, whose commitment and hard work, both visible and invisible, form the backbone of this successful event. A word of gratitude to Mr. Renish TK, Examination Officer, and to the dynamic and passionate Students Organizing Committee, EB. Your energy, vision, and dedication have brought this event to life. We are incredibly proud of the professionalism and creativity you have shown throughout. We also acknowledge the creative contributions of Evoke and Altruism. Your thoughtfulness and passion have added vibrance and value to our MUN journey. Our heartfelt thank you to our sponsors. Your generous support and belief in student-led initiatives make opportunities like this possible. Finally, to everyone here, delegates, mentors, faculty, and guests, thank you for being part of this meaningful beginning. Your presence today signifies the shared hope we all have in nurturing global citizenship and meaningful dialogue. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, diplomacy, and leadership that defines Model United Nations into the sessions ahead. Thank you once again, and wishing you all a truly enriching MUN experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your heartfelt acknowledgements. And with that, we conclude the inaugural ceremony of LCI-MUN International 5th edition. We extend our best wishes to all the delegates. May your debates be spirited, your diplomacy sharp, and your resolutions impactful. Let the conference begin.
Few people laughed. Vishnu takes on its multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
UNGA delegates and participants, IP members, please stay seated in this hall. UNSC delegates and IP, please move to the hall on the right. Liaison officers will be guiding you. Liaison officers, UNSC hall, guide them.
I request all UNSC delegates to move to the UNSC conference hall. UNJA committee UNJA committee members, please be seated.
Delegates will be starting shortly. Kindly note that you cannot switch or swap seats. If you have, kindly move back to your original place. Thank you. Okay, delegates, we'll be starting with the introduction of the EB. I will be your chair. I'm Zohra Nazneen Maulana. Next, I will be giving it to the vice chair.
Hello everyone, I'm your vice chair. My name is Adrit Krishnan.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yasino, and I will be your rapporteur.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Abhinav. I'm your head of photography.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Adhinath Ganesh, assistant vice chair.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amna Nazar, and I'll be your head of journalism.
Okay, before we start, are there any procedural doubts? If you have any procedural doubts, raise your plug card, delegates. Seeing none, we'll be moving on to roll call.
Okay, delegates, so when I call out your country's name, you raise your placard and you have two options. You can say either present and present or voting. Is everyone clear on what the difference is between the both of them? Do I need to clarify it once more? Okay, so new delegates, so if you say present, you have the option to abstain from voting. So you don't have to vote when there's for a motion or a resolution. If you choose present and voting, you have to vote, either a yes or a no. Okay, is that clear? Okay, so now we'll be starting with roll call. The Arab Republic of Egypt. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Canada. Central African Republic. Central African Republic. Czech Republic. Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, Federal Republic of Germany, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Federal Republic of Brazil, French Republic, Hellenic Republic, Ireland, Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Italian Republic, Japan, Kingdom of Denmark, Kingdom of Norway, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of the Netherlands, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, New Zealand, People's Republic of Bangladesh, Portuguese Republic, People's Republic of China, Republic of Armenia, Republic of Armenia. Present and voting. Republic of Austria, Republic of Belarus, Republic of Bulgaria, Republic of Costa Rica, Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, Republic of Cuba, Republic of Cyprus, Republic of Finland, Republic of India, Republic of Indonesia, Republic of Iraq, Republic of Kenya, Republic of Nicaragua, Republic of Serbia, Republic of Serbia, Republic of South Africa, Republic of the Sudan, Republic of the Union of Myanmar, Republic of Zimbabwe, Romania, Russian Federation, Russian Federation, Slovak Republic, State of Israel, State of Palestine, Syrian Arab Republic, Syrian Arab Republic, United Kingdom of Great Britain and the Northern Ireland, United Mexican States, United States of America.
The floor is now open to motion. Kindly set the agenda, delegates. Raise your placards in 3, 2. Pakistan. Okay. The delegate of Pakistan, you've been recognized.
The delegate of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan would like to raise a motion to have a 1-minute silence for the victims of genocide in past and present.
Delegate, set the agenda first.
The Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the delegate of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan would like to set the agenda as addressing the accountability of member states on ethnic cleansing and genocide under international law.
Okay. All those in favor of this motion, raise your placards in 3, 2. Seeing a clear majority, this clearly passes. This motion passes. We'll be moving on to the general speakers list. Okay. Those all who wish to add their names to the GSL, raise your placards in 3, 2. Delegates, kindly hold your placards so the EB can see it. Delegate of French Republic, you've been recognized. Delegate of United States of America, you've been recognized. Delegate of Democratic People's Republic of Korea, you've been recognized. Delegate of Pakistan, you've been recognized. Delegate of Palestine, you've been recognized. Delegate of Ireland, you've been recognized. Delegate of India, you've been recognized. Delegate of Bosnia, you've been recognized. Delegate of Japan, you've been recognized. Delegate of Germany, you've been recognized. Delegate of Canada, you've been recognized. Delegate of Delegate of Bulgaria, you've been recognized. Delegate of Italy, you've been recognized. Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized. Delegate of South Africa, you've been recognized. Delegate of Sudan, you've been recognized. Delegate of Myanmar, you've been recognized. Delegate of Egypt, you've been recognized. Delegate of Ethiopia, you've been recognized. Delegate of Nicaragua, you've been recognized. Delegate of Nepal, you've been recognized. Delegate of Indonesia, you've been recognized. Delegate of Congo, you've been recognized. Delegate of Denmark, you've been recognized. Delegate of Austria, you've been recognized. Delegate of Cuba, you've been recognized. Delegate of Saudi Arabia, you've been recognized. Delegate of Central African Republic, you've been recognized. Delegate of United States of Mexico, you've been recognized. Delegate of Cyprus, you've been recognized. Delegate of New Zealand, you've been recognized. Delegate of Netherlands, you've been recognized. Delegate of Romania, you've been recognized. Delegate of Kenya, you've been recognized. Delegate of Armenia, you've been recognized. Delegate of Laos, you've been recognized. Delegate of Hellenic Republic, you've been recognized. Delegate of Belarus, you've been recognized. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized. Delegate of Czech Republic, you've been recognized. Delegate of Slovak Republic, you've been recognized. Delegate of Norway, you've been recognized. Delegate of Cote d'Ivoire, you've been recognized. Delegate of USA, you've been recognized. Oh, UK, you've been recognized. Delegates will be sending you the general speakers list in the WhatsApp group shortly. If you've not been recognized, kindly let the EB know via chat. Delegates, just to confirm, is the gavel heard at the end? I'll just bang it, just let me know. It's audible? Thank you, delegates. Delegate of the French Republic, kindly.
true measure of a nation is not how it remembers its past, but how it acts to prevent its repetition. The true measure of a nation is not how it remembers its past, but how it acts to prevent its repetition. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, history has shown us the cost of silence. From the Viking-era anti-Semitism to the Sedef massacre to the Rwandan genocide, France acknowledges these legacies as a part of our moral responsibility. But the France today is not the France of yesterday. Through Loi Memorial, we commemorate July 16 for victims of Viking anti-Semitism, teach Armenian genocide as a part of our curriculum. Following the Duclert report, opened our Rwanda archives in pursuit of truth and justice. Our courts cooperate fully with the ICC, prosecuting Rwandan genocide suspects and Viking-era war criminals under universal jurisdiction. Alongside Mexico, we led the Security Council Veto Restraint Initiative, backed by over 106 nations. We have invested much in early warning systems and peacekeeper training. Moving forward, France proposes swift UN action to credible atrocity alerts, national R2P coordinators to lead rapid responses, and broader
Wrap up your
universal
speech,
jurisdiction
delegate.
to
Thank
deny safe havens to perpetrators of justice and
Delegate, wrap up your speech.
perpetrators of genocide and ethnic cleansing. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. We'll be allowing 3 points of informations. Yes, delegates of India, you've been recognized.
The delegate of France said its role, mentioned its role in the Rwandan genocide. How does the delegate justify its role in Operation Turquoise, where it allowed the Hutu rebels to escape to the neighboring countries under the pretext of allowing humanitarian aid?
French government has acknowledged its past actions, and through the Duclert report, which was proposed in 2021, the French government has understood that it had bore heavy and overwhelming responsibilities through its actions in the Operation Turquoise. So, the French government since then has resumed normal relations with Rwanda. After 2021, we had possible discussions with the Rwandan government and also pledged a Euro 60 million cooperation loan for vaccines and social programs. We understand that the past may not be in favor of the French government, may criticize the French government, but I would like to make a statement. When the French government took an action, when the French government took the action to ensure or bring forth such a military intervention, none of the P5 members of the United Nations Security Council took an action or were ready to send military aid or any other kinds of for help to the Rwandan people. So it was the French government which took the actions when other nations were standing silent.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any other points? Yes, delegate of Pakistan, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. To add to India's point, considering the acknowledged failure of the French Republic to prevent the 1994 Rwandan genocide despite its presence and influence in the region, what lessons can the international community draw from this case to ensure stronger and more fair responses in the future?
Can you repeat your question once more?
Right. To summarize, the question is about what we can learn from the French involvement of the 1994 Rwandan crisis as a global superpower that had intervened in a regional conflict.
So the French government recognizes that its involvement in the Rwandan genocide or whatever actions that the French government has taken in the past is actually linked to its colonial past with the Rwandan government. During that time, many of the nations were reluctant to take any kinds of actions or take any kinds of action on the happening genocide because they did not find it geopolitically interesting. Many, you can see that this situation, this phenomena is been happening for a long, where countries selectively act or take responsibility or try to help other countries where genocide is happening only if they benefit from it. So in that case, you have to understand that we can apply to the current scenario as well, where countries are trying to take genocide as not a humanitarian issue, but as something from which they can politically benefit. So rather than acting on those lines, we should ensure that we as a part of UNGA committee, as signatories of the Convention of Prevention on Genocide and Ethnic Cleansing, we should take actions as fellow humanitarians of the world rather than focusing on our own political gain from the issue.
Does that answer your question, Delegate?
No,
No, it
unfortunately.
doesn't. Delegate of French Republic, keep your answers short and concise. Okay?
To
Do you want
repeat-
another answer, Delegate?
Yes, please. To clarify the question, it is about what we can learn from the French involvement, not a condemnation or rather it shouldn't have happened. What we can learn from it as an international community.
Yeah, I just stated what...
Personal pronouns, Delegate.
Sorry. Delegate of Pakistan. The delegate of France just stated what the international community can learn from French involvement, because what I said is the ideals that we can adopt from the French involvement in that issue. If my answer doesn't answer delegate of Pakistan's question, then delegate of French Republic would be writing a chit to you.
Yes, that would be perfectly acceptable.
Thank you, delegates. Yes, delegate of Germany. This is the last point we'll be taking to the French Republic speech.
The Treaty of Versailles of 1919 was a crucial agreement that formally ended World War I between Germany and the Allied powers, including Great Britain, France, and Russia. Its humiliating terms and sheer apathy from the Allies created a conducive atmosphere for polarization and Nazism to fester in Germany. What measures has the French Republic undertaken to recognize its role in causing the Holocaust?
The French Republic has taken much actions towards the accusations or actual actions what the French government, the Vichy regime, under the French Vichy regime has taken during the World War II. So the French government has created legal and memorial laws, lois memorial. The 1990 Gassot law banned Holocaust denial, and in 1999, Prime Minister Josephine established CIVS, Commission pour Indemnisation de Victims de Spoliation Antisemitism, now expanded to restitution, to compensate victims whose properties were stolen under the Vichy
Delegate of French Republic, short and concise answers.
Okay. Anti-Jewish legislation. The CIVS has since issued thousands of repatriation to survivors and heirs. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Delegate.
Delegate of Germany, did you accuse the French Republic of having started the Holocaust?
The delegate of Germany accused the delegate of the French Republic of playing a major role in creating a conducive atmosphere for Holocaust.
Okay, delegate. Thank you.
Okay.
The next speaker will be USA. Do you want a mic or do you want to come up to the dais? Thank you, delegate. Yes, delegate of Pakistan. Yes. Yes, can we have a liaison there? Show him the charging station. Yes, delegate of USA, you have the floor for a minute.
The only evil thing necessary for the triumph of evil. The only evil thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, genocide and ethnic cleansing are wounds that scar all humanity. Despite our laws, too many crimes still go unpunished because justice moves too slowly or evidence is hard to gather. What's going wrong? Powerful interests delay action or hide the truth. Victims are often left voiceless and unprotected. Solutions to be implemented. Launch a secure global safe reporting app overseen by the UN so survivors can witness and can upload proof directly and anonymously, even from remote areas. Set up a worldwide justice fund funded by the voluntary members of the member state, contributions and private philanthropy. America is ready to champion these solutions. Let's act boldly so never again is not just a hope but a reality we deliver together.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. The Italian Republic would like to point out that the delegate of the of the United States of America claimed that we should initiate the development of an app where survivors can add information. The Italian Republic would like to question how can the integrity of the app be maintained? How can we make sure that the reports that have been added in the app are actually correct and not false?
Due to lack of research, I would answer that question via chat.
The delegate of US said that they would ensure an end to genocide, ethnic cleansing, and related things. But the US has vetoed the Security Council resolution demanding permanent ceasefire in Gaza. When the US government has been continuously acting against humanitarian things, how can they say and how can they propagate the end to genocide and ethnic cleansing when they themselves have been vetoing the efforts to do so?
The United States acknowledges the grave allegations regarding the situations in Gaza with utmost seriousness. We emphasize the necessity in impartial fact-based investigations conducted through established international legal frameworks. While recognizing the urgent humanitarian needs, we affirm our commitment to supporting measures that protect civilians, uphold human rights, and ensure accountability for all the violations. The United States remains dedicated to working with the international community to foster peace, justice, and security for all peoples in the region. If my answer doesn't answer your question, the delegate of USA would answer via chat.
Okay.
Okay, delegates, are there any other points on the floor? Yes, delegate of Egypt, yes, you've been recognized.
The US bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the name of peace. How that not the largest war crime in history?
Could you please repeat the question?
The US bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the name of peace. How is that not the largest war crime in history?
I'll be answering that via chat.
Okay, delegate. Another point? Yes, delegate of India, you've been recognized.
The delegate of the United States of America opened their speech by stating that evil happens when good people do nothing. So why is it that the United States of America did not do anything and to protect the Japanese Americans and Native Americans when they were unwillingly thrown out of their neighborhoods and homes that have lasted for so many years during the World War II. Isn't that contradictory to your statement?
Yes, delegate.
Oh my God. Sorry about that.
Delegate, is that AI?
No, it's not. It's my Google Assistant working for something.
It's not AI.
It's not AI.
What does the committee think of that?
That is not AI. I'm sorry, but that is my Google Assistant.
Google Assistant.
Yeah, that
Not
won't
AI.
happen again. Sorry.
Yes, delegate.
Can I get a repetition of the question, please?
The delegate of the United States of America mentioned in their opening speech that evil happens when good people do nothing. The delegate of India thinks that statement is contradictory to what the United States of America did during the World War II, with its treatment to the Japanese Americans and Native Americans when they were unwillingly thrown out of their neighborhoods and households, left out on the streets. Isn't that contradictory?
I have a rather long answer for that question, so the delegation of the USA will be answering that via chat.
Delegate, it's better if you answer it verbally. Is that possible?
No, actually, I would be comfortable with.
Okay, delegate. Only 3 points per point of order. Yes. Sustain. Personal pronouns?
I am sorry was used for the misallegation of this person using AI. So I'm sorry about that, delegate.
Point of order sustained. Point of order sustained, delegate. Yes, point of parliamentary inquiry, delegate of India.
Is internet usage allowed during the GSL time?
Yes, delegate, usage of internet is allowed, but usage of AI is not recommended. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, delegate of USA. A table bank for the delegate of USA. And the delegate's assistant. And the Google Assistant. Delegate of Korea, you're next. So, yes, a mic to the delegation. Sorry, delegate, was it someone raising their placard? On, yes, Pakistan? Yes, delegate. Can we have a mic to the... Yes, delegate.
To clarify, the usage of generative AI in session is entirely forbidden.
Yes, delegate.
Okay. Does this also include...
You can use AI, but then, see, research AIs are fine, but if you are asked to state your sources, you must be able to state credible sources. I hope it's clear. Are there any
Understood.
doubts regarding this? Raise your placards if there are doubts. Seeing none, we'll be moving on. Hope it answers your question.
Right. The reason to ask this is because Google nowadays has a feature to add an AI overview
Yes,
to every
delegate.
search. So
See, delegate, if we are asked to state your sources, you cannot answer the question, hence you'll be caught, right? So you'll get negative marking for that. Hope
Noted.
that's clear to the committee and the delegation. Thank you. Mic to the delegation, would you like to approach the dais? No, okay. Yes, delegate of
DPRK.
Sudan, yes. This is a point of? Yes, delegate. No? Okay. Delegate of DPRK, you have the floor for a minute.
Can I start?
Yes.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea takes the floor, and as always, we come in peace. unlike some nations who come with drones, bombs, and a side of hypocrisy. Let's get one thing straight. DPRK does not engage in genocide or ethnic cleansing. But we do witness how certain peace-loving nations love to play the blame game while casually dropping bombs in other countries and calling it foreign policy. One missile launch and boom, we are trenching. Not even K-pop gets that kind of attention. But when some countries bomb entire regions, it is just peacekeeping operations. Cute, isn't it? We would also like to thank the media for their imaginative stories. Next time, kindly check with our Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un before publishing tales worthy of a Netflix thriller. At least let us approve of the casting. And the Geneva Conventions, which is signed by every nation as a show, like a gym membership that they never use. The delegation calls for strengthened international
Delegate,
courts,
wrap up your speech.
neutral investigation bodies, and the formation of neutral independent media watch council. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Just a clarification to the committee and the delegation. DPRK comes in peace.
We sure do.
Okay, we will allow 4 points of information to the speech. Okay, delegates of India, you've been recognized. A mic to the delegation. DPRK, could you approach the dais? We'll need another mic in the committee. Delegates, if we have more, we'll also allow 5 points of information. That was an excellent speech, delegate.
Thank
Excellent
you.
speech. Can we have another round of table banks?
The delegate of India would like to start by making a very formal greeting to King Jong-un. Okay.
This is the delegate. This is the delegation, not
I'm
the
still
supreme leader.
conveying of
Honorable from Kim Jong.
Okay. Yeah.
You are the delegation.
Yeah.
You are not
He's my
your
supreme leader.
Yes, delegate.
The India
You
is
cannot
conveying the
speak.
greetings to.
No, delegation, you cannot speak on behalf of your supreme leader.
Sorry, Chair,
Hope that's only during presidential addresses can you speak on behalf of your supreme leader or as your supreme leader.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, so moving on to the POI, King Jong-un and the country does not recognize any world news agency, any peace report, any human rights thing. So how is the world expected to trust DPRK's words on global peace and world order?
We see, can I answer? Thank you, India. We answer that as the Western propaganda. We actually see.
Delegate, that is not part of the West. India is not part of West.
But medias are. Some of
Medias from India are part of the West.
Still, it is
We're a
Indian
South
propaganda
Asian
then.
country,
Then it is
delegate.
Yes.
Indian propaganda then.
Indian propaganda. It's all just propaganda.
Yes.
So if Korea sees everything as propaganda, how is the world expected to see DPRK's views as anything reliable?
The delegate of the DPRK does not can I answer? The delegate of the DPRK does not recognize politically motivated allegations circulated by biased international media of certain nations.
Thank you, delegation. Any other points on the floor? Yes, delegate of Scott? Congo, yes.
The delegation of DPRK says they stand for quote-unquote peace. However, what is the delegation's response to their involvement in the Russian invasion of Ukraine and their military support that they have given confirmed to Russia?
We will answer through via chat.
Okay, delegate.
No, delegate, verbal reply. Verbal reply, please.
Can you repeat?
Personal pronouns.
The delegation of DPRK has not only confirmed given military support to Russia for Russian invasion of Ukraine. What is the delegation's response?
The sources that are cited by you are viewed by the DPRK.
Personal pronouns, delegate.
Sorry, Chair.
Can I?
Personal pronouns, delegate.
Can the delegation say the source?
Sure.
NBC News, and it's recent.
Any so-called sources cited are viewed by the DPRK as part of a larger propaganda campaign aimed at undermining our sovereignty.
Thank you, delegate. Next, yes, delegate of UK, you've been recognized.
The delegate of the DPRK is quick to point out the hypocrisy of, quote, certain tea-loving nations when it keeps its own citizens inside barbed wires and persecutes them in concentration camps. What do you have to say about that?
What were the delegation?
The delegate of the UK.
The delegate of the UK, the delegation is basically telling that we are the one who is bombing, but if protecting our people.
I never said anything about bombing. You pointed out the hypocrisy of certain tea-loving nations, but I'm pointing out
peace-loving nations.
No, you said tea-loving nations.
I said peace-loving nations. The
Delegate,
delegation said
refrain from the
peace-loving
use of
nations.
personal pronouns. Repeat that part of your speech. Just to clarify. Point of order, personal pronouns? Okay. You may speak, delegate. A mic to the delegation. Lcimun.
The delegate of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan would like to contest the fact that the DPRK has confirmed to have, as in the DPRK itself, has confirmed to have sent troops into Russia. So, what does the delegate, what's the delegate's
Delegate, that's a point of information.
Oh, sorry, but
You
that,
are
but I am, but
a
the delegate
factual,
is contesting.
yes, factual inaccuracy to the point raised by the previous delegate. Delegate of Congo.
More so to the reply that they gave to the
Okay,
previous.
yeah. Aligning with that point of information. Yes, delegate. Can we have the delegate of Congo? We'll come back to you, delegate.
Okay.
Delegate of Congo, the delegate of Pakistan has found sources that align with their, it is not propaganda to the DPRK. They themselves have confirmed sending these troops. Clear? Okay. They have confirmed. So now you can rebuttal with them. Delegation, okay. Delegation of Congo, delegation of Pakistan has confirmed that the delegation of Kim Jong-un, the supreme leader, has declared that they have provided troops for the invasion.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Is there anything you would like to add on or question the delegation of DPRK about?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you. We'll get back to that, delegate. Delegate of UK.
Yes, Chair.
Which part do you want repeated?
The delegation of the UK thinks that the delegate of the DPRK said in their speech a part about certain tea-serving or tea-loving nations.
Is it regarding the web series, Netflix series they had mentioned?
I'll repeat it.
Okay.
The
Yes,
delegation
delegate.
would like to repeat it. Let's get one thing straight. DPRK does not engage in genocide or ethnic cleansing, but we do witness how certain peace-loving nations love to play the blame game while casually dropping bombs in other countries and calling it foreign policy.
Okay, but
yes,
my point still stands.
The
question.
It was peace, delegate.
No, I'm not asking about that. My question to the delegate still stands. Not about the tea serving or tea loving, but you persecuting your citizens in concentration camps and keeping them inside your country in barbed wires.
Is there any sources that have pointed out that?
Delegate, human rights, you can look up human rights watch.
We see that as a Western propaganda.
Yes, delegate. It's a source recognized by the UN, but the DPRK does not recognize it as a source.
Okay.
However, a decent source was raised by the delegate of Islamic Republic of Pakistan, where the supreme leader had confirmed themselves that troops were sent. Can the delegation answer that?
I answer to the delegation answer to the chit.
Send the chit to the EB.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Are there any other points on the floor? We will accept two more. Raise your placards in 3, 2. Delegate of Israel? Yes, you've been recognized.
So, the delegate of North Korea? How does a nation that has erased native dialects, demolished traditional temples, and replaced cultural identity with a singular political cult claim to protect the so mentioned global peace?
Thank you, Delegate of Israel. We don't want any of our citizens to be manipulated by those. We don't want any of our citizens manipulated by those.
Plead to reply.
Yes.
How can a cultural identity of an individual be manipulative?
But because it is mostly from the western side, and we don't want them to be manipulated by that.
Plead to reply.
Yes, Delegate.
An individual's cultural identity of a particular citizen in North Korea, how is it westernized?
Can
Yes,
the delegate
Delegate.
answer to the chat?
Answer verbally, please.
The delegation would like to answer to the chat.
Okay, Delegate. Thank you. One more point of information, delegates. In 3, 2, yes, last. Delegation of? No, to the end. To the end. Yes.
So,
Delegation of?
Hellenic Republic.
Hellenic Republic, thank you.
The delegation of the Hellenic Republic would like to ask the delegate of the DPRK a question. This is more like a clarification because to all the allegations the other countries have been raising, the delegate has been repeatedly stating them as propaganda. So we are kind of vexed right now because we do not know what sources we have to refer before we put on allegation against the delegate of the DPRK. So it would be very appreciated if if the delegate of the DPRK could help us by stating the sources that we should look into before raising a question against the country.
The media that is only available in North Korea.
Can we access it though?
Yes.
Yes.
Valid question.
Yes, delegate.
Can you name the website?
Can I send it through via chat? I have to.
Can you approach the EB?
Yes.
Come on, delegate. Okay, delegates, the delegate of DPRK will be sending their media to the EB and that will be shared in the group. Okay, thank you. Delegation, kindly maintain parliamentary language. Yes, delegate of Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Can point of orders, as the Islamic Republic of Pakistan has used, the delegate of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan has used, were only to confirm the factuality of certain statements,
Yes,
not
delegate.
necessarily a political view. Is this going to affect the delegate negatively?
No, delegate. No.
Thank you both thank you, Chair, for the recognition.
Yes.
Noted.
That was a point of parliamentary inquiry. Delegates, before you speak, please state your point. Yes, clear? Thank you. Yes, delegate of
Slovak.
Slovak, yes.
Is we considered as parliamentary inquiry?
Parliamentary inquiry, yes.
Is we considered as a personal pronoun?
No, delegate. Yes, delegate of UK. Point of personal privilege. Yes, delegate. A liaison can show the charging station. Thank you. Next, we'll have the delegate of Pakistan. Pakistan, would you like to approach the dais? Before the delegation of Pakistan starts their speech, the EB has found the delegate of Democratic People's Republic of Korea had mentioned, it is accessible. We'll send it to you, and you can confirm if that is the website, and then it'll be shared in the group. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Yes, Delegate.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates. It is an honor to be here as the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Wait,
We stand.
Delegate, can you speak closer to the mic?
Oh, sorry. Good morning, Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates. It is an honor to be here as the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. We stand before the committee today deeply concerned about the continued and systematic atrocities being committed in the form of genocide and ethnic cleansing across the globe. From the brutal persecution of the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar, to the occupation and suffering of the Palestinian people, to the targeted violence in Kashmir, the international community has witnessed enough silence in the face of injustice. This is not, however, a blank check for the violation of sovereignty, as we have seen as a world how the intervention can lead to further suffering, like the Republic of France's unfortunate involvement in Rwanda. The effects of this injustice still persist in our world. From colonial empires of old, victims of genocide are everywhere, and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan is willing to discuss with those who had such an injustice placed upon them.
Yes, Delegate. Wrap up your speech.
The Islamic Republic of Pakistan will yield the remainder of the time for
There
the
is no time left to yield.
That's why I came to pause.
Okay.
Right. Would like to yield the rest of the time to the delegation of Bangladesh.
Bangladesh, yes. Delegation of Bangladesh, can you raise your placard? Delegation of Bangladesh, yes. Can you rise? Would you accept the time given by the delegate of Pakistan? Sorry, delegate? Would you like to accept the time provided by the delegation of Pakistan? No. Thank you, delegate. The time has been dissolved. We'll be moving on to the... are there any points on the floor? Yes. Delegate of Pakistan. Delegates of Pakistan, kindly approach the dais. There are points of information. Delegate of India, you've been recognized. We'll be recognizing more point of information. Delegate.
Since the delegate of Pakistan mentioned about targeted violence in Kashmir and Jammu and Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India, we would like to ask why 3 Pakistani nationals with voter ID cards, smart ID chips, government documents, and even Candyman wrappers from a Karachi-based company were found in Kashmir. Pakistan, along with LET, is now establishing 13 launch pads in line of control, that is the border. So how is Pakistan justifying targeted violence in Kashmir when Pakistan itself is responsible for that?
Delegate. Terrorists can have many different nationalities, many different identities. These terrorists happen to be Pakistani. That does not say anything about the Islamic Republic of Pakistan's stance.
Right to reply?
That is not a right to reply, delegate, but you can follow up.
Okay, follow up. Pakistani national documents were found with the Pakistani terrorists who entered. Their links have been tracked, their biometric data have been tracked by Indian intelligence reports.
Wait, delegate, this has been directly traced back to the government of Pakistan?
They're Pakistani nationals, they can't say
that. That does not mean they're backed by the government. They can simply be nationals, right, from the...
But what about voter IDs and Pakistani
yes,
document
delegate.
records?
They're not backed by the government. They're acting on their own.
All right.
Yeah.
Does the delegate of India have anything more to follow up?
No. Okay. Delegates will be moving into break. We'll need a motion for that. And then we'll be accepting more points of information. So a motion to go into break in 3, 2, Yes, delegate of French Republic, you've been recognized.
The delegate of French Republic would like to raise a motion to suspend the GSL speech and move into a break session.
Thank you, delegate. All those in favor of this motion? This motion clearly passes. We'll be having a break.
Delegates, please do note when sending your chits, please mention the country that you're sending to and it's from. So if you're sending it, mention your country and the country that it's to, okay? Please follow that format.
Delegates, you can start moving out of the committee for the tea break. Thank you. Delegates kindly start entering the committee halls. We have 5. Delegates, we'll be doing a 10-second countdown. We'll be doing a 10-second countdown. If you are not in your seats by then, you'll be receiving negative marking. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Vice Chair will receive negative marking delegates. Okay, delegates, we'll be delegate of Pakistan. You may approach the dais. Yes, delegate. Yes. Delegate, we'll be accepting point of informations for your speech. This would have been done if the break was not. You cannot have 5 minutes, delegate. Are there any points on the floor, delegates? Delegate of Portugal, you've been recognized.
All right, delegate of Pakistan. Let's all be honest here. In your speech, you mentioned how terrorists can be of any ethnicity from any country. This is true, but how many times can you keep letting you go under that one pretext? Okay? Yes, every country has terrorists, but Pakistan, look at its population and look at the number of terrorists and terrorist organizations that arrive from it. And yet, you still claim that it has nothing to do with the Pakistani government. Do you see how unbelievable this sounds?
Delegate, refrain from the use of personal pronouns. This applies to
Sorry,
the whole
sir.
of the committee. Kindly note that you must not use personal pronouns. Okay, yes, delegate of Pakistan.
Delegate, that is an insult to the agenda as of right now. The agenda is to prevent genocide and ethnic cleansing, and most of those ethnic cleansing and genocides are done under the pretexts of prejudice. What the delegate has just stated is the prejudice that Pakistanis are terrorists. Is that not clear? This is very unfortunate, really.
Delegate of Portugal, could you clarify your questions? You said there have been many cases there. Yes, clarify that.
Okay,
The delegate
so I would like to, the delegate of Portugal would like to make it clear that I do not mean that all Pakistanis are terrorists. Obviously there aren't. I have plenty of Pakistani friends. I love my Pakistanis.
Delegate
No.
personal pronouns.
Yes, sorry. What the delegate of Portugal here is trying to say is that just take a look at the population and size of Pakistan, then look at the number of terrorists and terrorist organizations and terrorist attacks that have been traced back to Pakistan. How many times can you keep going, oh, it's not backed by the government? After a point, it becomes extremely obvious.
Delegate personal pronouns.
My bad.
Personal pronouns!
Delegate, sorry to answer a question with a question, but would it not be considered anti-Semitism to accuse the Jews of controlling the world when you consider their diaspora and the amount of positions of power they hold? Would it not be anti-Semitic to consider that?
Delegation of Pakistan, would you repeat that?
To clarify, the delegate of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan is comparing the comparison that Pakistanis are terrorists, or the claim that many terrorists are Pakistani, to be about as similar to anti-Semitic claims of Jews controlling the world, because there are patterns in which they hold more positions of power than their diaspora would imply. The size of their diaspora would imply.
Delegate, answer the question. This is a comparison. It doesn't answer the delegation's question. I hope that's clear.
Then could the delegate repeat the question?
Okay. Once again, I would like to know the delegate of Portugal would like to repeat that The delegate of Portugal does not think that all Pakistanis are terrorists. What the delegate of Portugal is trying to say here is that when you take a look at the population and size of Pakistan, then look at the number of terrorist organizations, terrorist attacks, and terrorists that are traced back to Pakistan, it's obvious to come to a conclusion that there's something, at play here. You can't go up there and claim the Pakistani government is completely innocent after everything that has happened.
So the delegate is claiming that the Pakistani government, or more specifically, the Pakistani people, are having a larger body of terrorists than their population would imply, correct?
Yes.
Committee, is this not the definition of prejudice?
Yes.
The Islamic Republic of Pakistan refuses to answer that question if the delegate of Portugal would reframe it in a less derogatory manner.
Delegate, can proper statistics be provided for your accusation? Statistics to back your accusation.
Could the delegate of Portugal have a moment to research?
Shall we continue this later, delegate?
Yes, sure.
After the next point of information, we'll come back to the delegation of Portugal. Yes, points on the floor. Delegation of Cuba? Yes.
As a member state, Pakistan is obliged to facilitate reparations for genocide victims. Has the government initiated any victim restitution mechanisms or trust funds for survivors of 1971 Bangladesh war during the Operation Searchlight?
To answer the delegation of Cuba's question, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan has already had talks, tripartisan talks really, with Bangladesh back in 1974 to clear up the 1971 incident, although there are many unanswered questions, many apologies to be had, and further discussion may open up old wounds if done so in an uncontrolled manner.
Yes, delegate.
Does the
Yes.
delegate of Cuba have a response?
Is there anything else you would like to add on, delegate? Is there a follow-up?
But the victims of that horrible incident didn't get their justice, like due to Pakistan government's actions during Searchlight.
The agreements were between Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. Therefore, whatever was needed was done because the 1974 agreement still holds today. It is why Pakistan recognizes the independence of Bangladesh.
Okay.
Thank you, delegates. Delegate of Portugal, do you have statistics? Then we'll not be entertaining that. Thank you. No more points. We'll move on to the next speaker,
Thank you, Chair.
which is Palestine, delegation of Palestine. Would you like to approach the dais? Yes, thank you.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. The delegate of the State of Palestine believes this council must no longer allow the selective blindness of global politics to shield perpetrators of genocide and ethnic cleansing. For decades, the Palestinian people have endured systematic displacement, forced evictions, arbitrary killings, and the fragmentation of our homeland. A reality many international experts, human rights bodies, and even former UN officials have identified as ethnic cleansing. In Gaza, more than 37,000 civilians have been killed since October 2023. UN agencies and international NGOs have described the scale of destruction as unparalleled and potentially genocidal. Yet, despite abundant evidence, meaningful accountability has remained elusive. The Roman statute defines genocide as the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. The State of Palestine calls upon this council to not only uphold the principle of accountability, but
Wrap
to
up
do
your
so
speech, delegate.
universally. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any points on the floor? Yes, delegate of Israel, you've been recognized. Information, yes.
Delegate of Palestine, would the delegate kindly clarify whether teaching children as young as 5 to chant slogans glorifying suicide bombers in UNRWA run schools qualify as cultural preservation or indoctrination aimed at institutionalizing hate?
Can the delegate mention the source?
The source, all of the research have been taken from the Reuters.
The delegate would like to answer via chat.
Sure.
Thank you, delegate. Yes, delegates of the French Republic. Rice, delegate. Rice.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Can the EB take any measures to solve the problems, mic problems, and other technical problems,
Yes,
because it
delegate,
has
we're-
been interrupting the speech of many
We're on
delegates?
that. We're working on that, yes. Yes, any other points on the floor, delegates? Yes, delegation of Mexico, yes.
Thanks for EB to give me this opportunity. How does the Palestine delegate reconcile the call of protection of the civilians when Hamas has been documented using the civilian areas for military operation, knowledge putting innocent Gaza at risk?
Delegation, refrain from the use of personal pronouns.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yes,
Sorry for that.
thank you.
Can the delegate repeat the question?
How does the Palestine delegate recognize the call of protection of civilians when Hamas had been documented using civilian area for military operation, knowingly putting the innocent Gaza at risk?
I would like to remind, the delegate would like to remind the committee that Hamas isn't the representative of the state of Palestine. Instead, it is the Palestine Liberation Organization. Hence, such actions cannot be justified by the government itself.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there any other points on the floor? Yes, delegation of Nigeria, yes, you've been recognized. This is the last point we'll be accepting for the delegation of Palestine speech.
So, how do you respond to how does the
Delegation of Palestine.
Yeah, how does the delegation of Palestine respond to allegations that Palestine's initiations of attacks against Israel undermines its claims of victimhood in the conflict? And what is the justification for such actions?
Israel has settled has had settlements in Gaza, not Gaza, taking over Palestinian, supposedly Palestinian area. So this was a defense, not an act of offense.
Can I add a follow-up?
Yes.
Also, the delegation of Palestine claimed that when it's a terrorist group that attacks another country, it's not the country's fault; it's the terrorist fault. But then in the India-Pakistan conflict, India hit back, right? So did we not? I'm sorry. Yeah. So did we not justify India's actions, even though Pakistan's terrorists were the ones who attacked India? It's technically Pakistan's fault because they are letting the. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Go on, delegate. Go on.
Okay. So the India-Pakistan conflict. In the India-Pakistan conflict, it was the terrorists in Pakistan who attacked India. So how does the delegate of Palestine justify that it's the terrorist fault and not the government's fault?
Obviously, accountability must be held by the terrorist organization, but as Pakistan, the delegate mentioned, it was prejudice, not the country sending the people to attack other countries.
Another one? Another follow-up?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So
We will be letting the delegation of Pakistan and India speak. We will be recognizing the delegation shortly. Yes, delegate of Nigeria, go on.
yeah. So the delegate, I mean Israel. I'm sorry. The delegate of Israel. Palestine. Oh my God. Okay. No, it's actually Israel. I'm sorry. So the delegate of Israel actually sent aids to Palestine, but then the Hamas stole it from the citizens and also hurt them. But then, okay. And but then in Reuters even, there's a claim that it's now Canada that is sending aids to Palestine, but then Israel did the same, and it's not been recognized.
Can you state your sources for that? Reuters?
Reuters, yes.
Reuters, okay, thank you.
Can the delegate summarize the question because it was really long?
Okay, so there's been a news that the Israel has sent aids to the citizens of Palestine, but then the Hamas. I mean, it's not your fault, but I mean, it's not the delegate's fault, but then, okay, whatever.
Parliamentary language, delegate.
Sorry, Chair. Aid has been sent to Palestine, but then the Hamas has taken it away from the citizens and have also hurt the citizens. But then it's not clearly mentioned in.
I'll sum it up, delegate.
Yeah.
Aid was sent to Palestine via Israel, but the Hamas blocked it. Canada did the same, but it was recognized.
The delegate would like to remind that Israel bombed Palestinian civilian areas, and it is blocking aid right now.
I'm sorry, who attacked first? It was Israel. I mean, it was Palestine, right? It was Palestine, right? I'm so sorry. It was Palestine, right? And Israel fought back. And that's how a war happens. So obviously people die. So Palestinians can't play the victim card out of nowhere.
The delegate would like to emphasize that.
Delegations. Would you like to move into an question and answer session? Question and answer session. Between the delegations of, we let Israel enter this session. So Nigeria, Israel against Palestine. The delegation of Palestine can have another delegation accompanying them. Yes, delegate of Germany, what point do you rise to? Points of order, yes.
The delegate of Nigeria said, and we quote, Hamas stole the aid from Palestinian civilians.
Yes.
As of the latest report from the New York Times, which was released today at 10:40, it says, and I quote, "No proof that Hamas has routinely stole UN aid, and there is no proof that the Palestinian militant group has systematically stolen aid from the United Nations, the biggest supplier of emergency assistance to Gaza for most of the war."
Thank you, delegate. Point of order sustained. Yes, delegate of Pakistan. We'll come back to the delegation in a bit. Yes, mic to the delegation of Pakistan.
Many
What
point of orders.
What point do you rise to? What point do you rise to?
The main point that the delegation of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan rises to is that Nicaragua.
No, delegate. What point do you rise to? Order, information, parliamentary inquiry. Order,
The
yes.
delegate thought they had clear.
Yes.
Also, many usage of personal pronouns.
Yes. Thank you, delegate. Delegate of India, you have the right to reply.
So the Pakistani delegate just mentioned that terrorists.
Wait, delegate, you cannot raise.
Right to reply, right? Pakistani delegate.
No, delegate, your right to reply is to the delegate of Nigeria and not the delegation of Pakistan. Lcimun, can we have, yeah, thank you. Yes, go on.
Okay. Pakistani, you mentioned, okay, the delegate of Nigeria just mentioned that terrorists cannot be backed by the government, right? India actually agrees to that fact because we have proof that the former Pakistan Army Chief and President Pervez Musharraf, in a 2015 interview to Dunya Daily News in Pakistan, had mentioned that Pakistan had trained LET groups and considered them their heroes, which is a direct justification of what India did to respect its national sovereignty. And a lot of Pika LMGs and AK-56 rifles, which were gotten from the infiltrators into India's borders, they can only be issued by the Pakistani military, which is another justification on India's part.
Delegation, wrap it up quick.
And just one last point. 13 mini terror camps are being established all along the LOC. Based on our intelligence reports, it is supported by the ISI and sponsored by the Pakistani government. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of India. We will be, due to time constraints, we won't be entertaining a question and answer session. Thank you, Delegate of Palestine. You may return to your seat. We'll be moving on to the next speaker, Delegation of Ireland. You have the floor for a minute. Delegate, we'll give you a mic. You can remain in your seat. Yes, Delegate.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Ireland stands before this assembly with a deep and enduring commitment to the protection of human rights and the prevention of mass atrocities. As a country with its own painful history of displacement and suffering, we understand, perhaps more than most, the urgency of confronting genocide and ethnic cleansing wherever they occur. Ireland has consistently championed the responsibility to protect and has been an active voice for atrocity prevention at the United Nations. We have supported the Genocide Convention, advocated for the strengthening of the Office on the Genocide Prevention, and called for the Security Council to act decisively, including through voluntary restraint on the use of the veto in the case of the mass atrocities.
Delegate, Security Council?
Yes.
Delegations, one of the delegations, kindly raise your placard and tell the delegation of Ireland which committee we're in. In 3, 2, 1. Delegation of Palestine, you've been recognized. UNGA, United Nations General Assembly, Human Rights Council.
The delegate of Ireland is extremely sorry, I mixed up my research.
Thank you.
Our foreign policy prioritizes humanitarian assistance, accountability, and support for the International Criminal Court as a tool for justice. Ireland firmly believes that no perpetrator of genocide should enjoy impunity, and no victim should be left without a path to justice. We urge all nations here to match words with action, to invest in early warning mechanisms to
wrap up your speech, delegate.
Displaced by these crimes, and to ensure that this council does not stand silent when humanity is under attack. Thank you.
Thank you. Any points on the floor? Yes, delegation of Pakistan. You've been recognized. Mic to the delegation of Pakistan.
Thank you both for the recognition. Can the delegation of Ireland elaborate on anything that other colonial nation, post-colonial nations can learn from the Irish, after, as it was part of the great UK, as it was colonized by the UK?
Can the delegate of Pakistan ask the question properly, in more proper manner?
Rephrase,
Of course,
delegate.
of course. To clarify, what can or what should be done for other post-colonial nations, such as the country that that the delegate represents? As the delegate represents Ireland, which is a post-colonial country.
So the delegate is asking
In with regards to ethnic cleansing and genocide,
Yes.
particularly the policies that the British government had enacted that
Yes,
had clear
delegate.
genocidal tendencies.
Delegates of Ireland, is the question clear?
So the delegate of Pakistan is asking what can other countries learn from, right?
What can other countries that have
Okay, I'll-
experienced colonialism learn from the island?
With regards to how the British policies were clearly genocidal and had shown clear interest in eliminating the livelihood of the Irish.
Yes, delegate of Ireland, reply.
I would like to answer that via chat.
Via chat.
That would
Thank
be
you,
acceptable.
delegate. Are there any other points on the floor? Delegate of Zimbabwe, yes, you've been recognized.
How does Ireland ensure consistency in addressing ethnic cleansing?
Delegate, kindly rise when you are raising to a point. Yes. Mic, Lcimun, kindly turn the mic on.
How does Ireland ensure consistency in addressing ethnic cleansing globally?
Well, we have joined several conventions, like in the Geneva Convention and certain conventions made for genocide. So yeah, that's.
Thank you, delegations. Due to constraints, we'll be accepting only 2 points of information henceforth. We'll be moving on to the next speaker. Delegation of India, you have the floor for a minute. We'll be giving you the mic. Start, delegate. Is that a point?
Hello.
Okay, delegate, yes. Go on.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the delegate of the Republic of India would like to start off by stating that India has never been declared guilty of genocide or ethnic cleansing under international law by the United Nations, International Criminal Court, or International Court of Justice, and is willing to work with mechanisms around investigation, reparation, rehabilitation, and prevention of genocide. India is a signatory to the Geneva Conventions and many other international treaties, not a party to the Rome Statute of the ICC owing to domestic machinery and sovereignty concerns. Our foreign policy is based on the principles of punch, shield, long-term strategic thinking, shared interest and prosperity, not short-term, quick, transaction-based diplomacy, grounded.
Lcimun.
Grounded in the principle of Vasudeva Kudumpakam, meaning the world is one family. As a proof to our sustained efforts, India has contributed nearly 195,000 troops, the largest number from any country.
Wrap up your speech, delegate.
To UN peacekeeping forces, and we are committed to global peace.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Yes, delegate of Austria, you've been recognized. A mic to the delegation of Austria.
Honorable Chair, thank you for the recognition. As Delegate of India has mentioned that they are a signatory of Geneva Convention, what do you have to say about the government of India's late action towards the genocidal issues within the country? For example, the Manipur issue, the genocide of Kuki's tribes.
The Manipur issue is an ethnic conflict between the Kuki and the Meitei tribes. Yes. And for it to be called a genocide, it has to go through 10 stages. And the Republic of India believes that the Manipur issue is not going towards that. And India, as the largest democracy, has a robust judiciary system. And we do admit that mistakes have been made and late admissions have been made. But we are committed to peace, and people have been convicted in courts. And India is not a country where things can be corrected overnight. India is slow. We agree to that, and things are happening for the protection of the people and quick resolution of conflict.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate. Delegation of UK, to what point do you rise to? Yes, Delegate, you may. New Zealand, your point has been recognized. You may leave the committee room. Okay, delegates, are there any other points on the floor? Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized.
What does the delegate of India have to say about the detainment and deportation of Rohingya refugees, a recognized persecuted minority under the Genocide Convention?
Can I have a second, please?
Yes, Delegate. Delegate, how is this question relevant to the Republic of India?
About keeping
personal pronouns, Delegate.
India has detained and deported the refugees from the Rohingya minority.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of India, would you like to reply via chit?
One sec, I'm sorry.
Delegate, maintain parliamentary language. Delegate, please reply via chat.
No, I'm done. Okay.
Personal pronouns, Delegate.
Okay, about the Rohingya crisis, India has provided refugee settlements to the Myanmarese people who have crossed the border. We have provided medical aid, we have provided food grains, we have provided shelters, and we do agree that India does not have a domestic refugee law as such. Because we believe that cases have to be dealt case by case. We don't believe that a one-size-fits policy can be taken forth. And India has always been a supporter of Rohingya and also the Myanmarese government as such. There is something called Operation Brahma, where we gave our we treated patients, we sent our aid, we gave military aid to help the people, and we gave free hospital support also. So,
thank you, delegates. We'll be moving on to the next speaker, delegation of Bosnia. Yes, delegate of Pakistan. To what point do you rise to? No, delegate, 2 per speaker. Yes, delegate of Cuba. To what point do you rise to?
The delegate of Cuba found some...
Wait, delegate, what point do you rise to?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Okay, the delegate of Cuba found some irregularities regarding opening North Korean media website. It shows it's not secure. How can...
Yes, delegate, about that. Open at your own risks, delegate. We cannot...
How can the viewer be sure the foreign government gonna invade their privacy?
Delegation of DPRK. Delegation of Cuba mentioned that the website that reports news is from DPR. No, delegate, the EB has found it and sent it in the groups. Yes. Another website. Okay, delegates. Kindly open at your own risks. Thank you. Yes, delegate of Italy. Point of order, yes. To which delegate? Point of order to a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Actually, I just want to add that the website is accessible.
It is accessible, yes, but it's not secure.
It is. I just opened
in a different link, and what the delegate wants to assert is that it is absolutely biased and it's opened with the picture of the supreme leader of the DPRK.
Delegations, this has gone too far. We'll be, if the delegation of Democratic People's Republic of Korea speaks again, we'll be addressing this then. I hope that's clear to the committee. Okay, moving on to the next speaker. Yes, Delegate of Germany, to what point do you rise to?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Can we increase the temperature in the room? Is that
Increase? Warmer. Okay, thank you. Yes, Delegate of Egypt. Hellenic Republic is at the back. Yes.
So I have a point of order.
Point of order, yes.
Motion for an unmoderated caucus for 15 minutes to
Wait,
facilitate.
Delegate, louder, clearer.
Motion for an unmoderated caucus.
No, Delegate, the floor is not open for motions yet. Yes, Delegate of Congo, to what point do you rise to?
Point of order. The
Yes.
delegate mentioned in his speech have never been accused of genocide or ethnic cleansing in the beginning.
Yes.
However, they have been accused of possible genocide against Muslims in India due to
Possible genocide, that is...
But they have a reason cited. Due to the Citizenship Amendment Act, which granted citizenship to religious minorities but excluded
Wait,
Muslims.
Delegate, has this been recognized by the UN? Could this be clarified via chit?
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points? Yes, mic to the delegation of India.
Does the hotel provide hot water?
Hot water? Yes, Delegate, we'll arrange that for you. Can one of the liaisons approach the EB? Delegates, raise your placards in recognition of the head of photography of the UNSC. Thank you. Delegation of Germany, we're sorry, we cannot increase the temperature. Hope that's okay. Okay, are there any other points on the floor? Seeing none, okay, yes, Delegate of Pakistan. To what point do you rise to? Yes. We cannot make temperature adjustments. Sorry, Delegate. Delegations, could you raise your placard if you want hot water? Raise your placards high. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. Okay. Thank you, Liaison. We'll be moving on to the next speaker. Are there any other points on the floor? Seeing none, we'll be moving on. Delegates of Bosnia, you have the floor. Delegate, remain in your place. You can speak into the mic.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Bosnia and Herzegovina stands before you not just to speak, but to remind what happened in July 1995 when 8,000 Bosniak men and boys were executed in the town of Srebrenica. It was clearly genocide, and it was systematic, deliberate, and undeniable. And yet, nearly 30 years later, we still see hesitation and confusion to name it for what it was. The delegate of Bosnia and Herzegovina would like to ask this committee, why is there any hesitation in the first place? Is 8,000 lives not enough? This confusion is not just a threat to Bosnia's truth. It is a threat to the world's conscience. If states cannot agree on what genocide means, how can we ever prevent it? Bosnia calls for stronger accountability mechanisms, improved early warning systems, and to implement educational reforms. Let us not fail again. Let's Brenda be the. Thank
Delegate,
you.
wrap up your speech.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. We'll be accepting 1 point due to time constraints. Yes, are there any points on the floor? Yes, Delegate of Zimbabwe. Yes, you've been recognized. A mighty delegation of Zimbabwe.
How does Bosnia work with neighboring states like Serbia to ensure accountability for past ethnic cleansing?
Could the delegate repeat the question?
How does Bosnia work with neighboring states like Serbia to ensure accountability for past ethnic cleansing?
Okay, Serbia in the past had attacked Bosnia. Yeah, sure.
No, Delegate, the delegation of Bosnia stated that they were at war earlier.
Yeah.
So they cannot work together.
No, how are they working together
Oh, like.
But they were at war.
how are they working together right now?
Do you mean how we are maintaining peace?
How we
Yes.
we are maintaining peace? Yes.
Okay, Serbia, there is a Republika Srpska in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which accommodates the Bosnian Serbs or the majority of people from Serbia.
Delegation, just a second. Those who wanted hot water, kindly raise your placards once again. We'll be coming to your tables. Thank you. Yes, delegation, continue.
And the government of Bosnia has 3 presidents to accommodate every people of ethnicity, of each ethnicity.
Okay.
Thank you, delegations. Yes, delegate. Delegate, we'll be accepting only one. We'll be moving on to the next speaker, delegate of Japan. You have the floor for a minute. A mic to the delegation of Japan.
Can I start?
Yes, delegate, you may start.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, as the delegate of Japan, I want to emphasize our commitment to the prevention of genocide and ethnic cleansing and the pursuit of accountability under international law. Our country recognizes the profound importance of upholding human rights and the rule of law in addressing these atrocities. While Japan has not yet ratified the UN Genocide Convention, this is due largely to domestic, legal, and constitutional considerations. Our penal code currently does not contain explicit provisions for genocide, and our Constitution's pacifist principles complicate certain obligations envisioned by international efforts to combat heinous crimes. Japan ratified the Rome Statute in 2007 and is an active supporter of the International Criminal Court. We provide significant financial contributions to the ICC, and our domestic laws support cooperation with its investigations and prosecutions. Furthermore,
go on, delegate.
Furthermore, Japan endorses their responsibility to protect doctrine, focusing on preventive diplomacy, capacity building, and peaceful measures to deter genocide.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Yes, delegate of Pakistan.
The delegate of the delegate of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan the delegate of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan notices the omission of Japan's pre-World War II and during World War II atrocities that had been committed as it was a colonial superpower. This silence is deafening, especially to those that were former colonies of Japan. What does the delegate have to say to those colonies?
Could you rephrase the question? The
delegate personal pronouns.
Sorry. Could the delegate of Pakistan rephrase the question?
Is there anything to be said to the post-colonial to those that were previously subjects of the Japanese Empire, and what could the Japanese government do to pursue better relations and heal from the past?
Delegation, just a second. Delegates of Slovak Republic, what point do you rise to? Personal privilege, yes. Yes, delegate.
Washroom.
Yes, delegate, you may leave the committee. Yes, delegation, you may go on.
Thank you, delegate, for the question. just as the delegate of Pakistan said, we acknowledge our past activities, and we are providing humanitarian aids to every country that that has been affected by the Japanese Empire.
Thank you, delegation.
Acknowledgement is one thing, but healing is another. The delegate of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan hopes that Japan understands this.
Thank you, delegations. Yes, delegate of French Republic. Only 1 point of information, delegate. Next, we'll be moving on to the delegation of Germany. You have the floor for a minute.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, Guten Morgen. The Federal Republic of Germany is historically inclined to uphold state accountability for genocide and ethnic cleansing. In light of the Namahero genocide, Maji rebellion, and the infamous Holocaust, Germany has recognized and regretted its culpability through corrective measures. The joint declaration with the Republic of Namibia in 2021, the Luxembourg Agreement in 1952, denazification laws, and the continuing commitment towards the State of Israel are loud testaments to our strong political will. The German Federation honors the 1948 Genocide Convention and regards the Rome Statute and the R2P doctrine with utmost gravity. To bridge the accountability gap, the German delegation encourages the establishment of universal jurisdiction in states, recommends AI software development to monitor hate speech, and urges the cross-border sharing of information, including model legislations and criminal expatriate data. In light of the
Wrap up your speech.
In light of the Holocaust, the international community pledged never again to crimes against humanity.
Yes.
Today, let us reiterate that oath, not with force, but with fairness. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Yes, delegation of... I can't see your placard, delegate.
Norway.
Norway, yes.
So Germany has acknowledged responsibility for the Holocaust, right? How can the German delegation ensure that this legacy will result in consistent action against current atrocities, even when they are committed by close allies?
Thank you, delegate.
Point of order, yes. Rise, delegate. Mic to the delegation of USA.
Point of order against the EB. While addressing the point of information from the delegate, the EB addressed them as you, your placard.
Delegation, that is accepted by the EB.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other point of orders against the EB? Thank you. Delegation, just a clarification. This chit was sent to the EB, but there is no name or there is no from. I'll just read the chit out. I will just read the chit out. Can two countries have a joint presidential statement? Was this a question by any of the... Yes. Delegation of Pakistan, this chit is yours. We will reply to you. It's okay, delegate. Okay, yes, Germany, you may reply.
Thank you, delegate. To ensure that genocide and atrocities against humanity doesn't recur, the German state has undertaken several measures, such as changing the law. Law reforms are one of the major measures undertaken by the government. For example, the German Basic Law in 1948 enshrined human dignity, democracy, and the rule of law, directly countering Nazi ideologies. In the German Criminal Code, section 86 and 86A, they banned Nazi propaganda, symbols, and unconstitutional organizations. In section 130, it prohibited incitement to hatred, Holocaust denial, and glorification or trivialization of genocide. The list goes on in terms of the law reforms. Similarly, we have also signed and ratified several treaties regarding genocide prevention, including the UN Genocide Convention 1954, Rome Statute of the ICC, European Convention of Human Rights, and International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights.
Thank you, delegate. That answers your question, right? No delegate, no follow-up. Thank you. We'll be moving on to the next speaker. Delegation, yes. Yes, delegate? Yes, delegate, you may leave the committee. Next is the delegation of Canada. A mic to the delegation of yes, delegate. Yes, delegate of Pakistan. A mic to the delegation of Pakistan.
The delegate is not sure if this would count as such, but however, there is a very interesting point of information to be raised against the delegation of Germany.
Delegate, we'll not be entertaining any more points of information.
Right.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Germany.
Thank you, Chair.
Wait, delegate of Germany.
Can we entertain the point of parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, delegate.
Can we entertain the POI via chit?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, Canada firmly asserts that every state has a legal and moral obligation to prevent and punish genocide. We are witnessing horrific atrocities that demand our immediate actions and attention. In Gaza, targeted killings of civilians, over 52,000 lives lost, raise alarms of potential genocide. In Myanmar, Rohingya experiences mass killing and forced displacement, acts widely recognized as genocidal. In Xinjiang, China, treatment of Uyghurs involving mass detention and forced sterilization is increasing, being condemned as genocidal. In Ukraine, unlawful deportation of children and attack on civilians further highlights series of allegations of genocide. Additional atrocities in Darfur have led to U.S. declaration of genocide in 2025, emphasizing the urgency of our response. Canada calls for the urgent international cooperation, survivor-centered approach to justice and strict enforcement of genocide convention.
Delegate, wrap up your speech.
Accountability must become a reality, not just an empty promise.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Yes, delegate of the French Republic. Yes, delegate, you may raise.
To the delegate of Canada, the Truth Commission in Canada 2015 have detailed genocide level harms against indigenous people, but no formal genocide inquiry has been launched. What concrete reforms or accountability mechanism is Canada taking when it has clearly stated, the delegate of Canada has clearly stated its stance with the people and has stated about Uyghur genocide, ethnic cleansing and things like that, when it itself is doing genocide against the indigenous people?
Due to insufficient research, I will answer this via chat.
Okay, delegate. We'll be moving on to the next speaker. Are there any points on the floor that are not information? Seeing none, we'll be moving on. Delegation of Bulgaria, you're next. Yeah. Delegation,
Honorable-
did you swap seats? No? Okay, go on, delegate.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, what does one call it when a mother holds half her child and can't find the rest? When 10 graves aren't enough for a single family? When a village vanishes into smoke and silence screams louder than war? You don't need to say genocide to smell the smoke. Let us be clear, the right to self-defense does not include the right to bomb cities, bombed hospitals, starved populations, villages turned to ash and called counter-terrorism, cities flattened and called liberation, Gaza buried under rubble. So we ask this room, is this self-defense or is it just cold-blooded murder? Bulgaria stands for accountability. If international law only applies to the strong, if the world cannot protect the innocent, if it cannot name the crimes it sees, then I ask you, what is the point of diplomacy? Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Yes, delegate of Zimbabwe.
Can the delegate of reflect on the forced assimilation campaign against the Turkish minority in the 1980s and whether full accountability has been achieved.
Can the delegate rephrase the question?
Can the delegate of Bulgaria reflect on the forced assimilation campaign against the Turkish minority in the 1980s and whether full accountability has been achieved?
The answer will be given via chat.
Thank you, delegates. We'll be moving. Are there any points on the floor? Seeing none, we'll be moving on to the next speaker. Delegate of Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition. Honorable Executive Board, distinguished delegates, the delegation of the Italian Republic extends its greetings to everyone present in this committee today. Chi tace acconsente. He who remains silent consents. Genocide and ethnic cleansing is the most horrible thing mankind has witnessed. And what is worse is that humanity is inflicting these horrors upon itself. The Italian Republic stands committed in preventing genocide. We sincerely believe in prevention over intervention. As members of the European Union and NATO, and ratifiers of the UN Genocide Convention, and adopters of the responsibility to prevent doctrine, we say never again to genocide. The Italian Republic condemns the actions of its own colonial past and is ready to move forward and lead the way to a world where genocide shall not exist. We shall not stay silent anymore. The Italian Republic calls upon this international community to react.
Wrap up your speech, delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Yes, delegate of Palestine.
Delegate, Italy maintains strong diplomatic and defense ties with Israel, including cooperation on military technology and security. While not Israel's largest arms supplier, Italy's defense industry cooperation indirectly strengthens a state currently facing ICJ genocide allegations in Gaza. How would you justify that? How would the delegate justify that?
Well, the Italian Republic does have ties with Israel, which even though the Italian Republic has ties with the state of Israel, Italy is slowly condemning the attacks of Israel on Gaza, and it is turned in what it has done. The collaboration of the Italian Republic with the state of Israel has been prior to the escalation of the attacks by the state of Israel on the state of the observatory of the representative of the Palestinian territories. Is that answer enough?
Could the delegate summarize the answer?
To summarize it, the delegation of the Italian Republic states that whatever it has done with the state of Israel has been prior to the escalation of the attacks in Gaza. And Israel and the Italian Republic has started to condemn Israel on what it has been doing in Gaza.
Okay, delegate.
Thank you, delegate. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, delegation of Pakistan. Yes, delegate. A mic to the delegation of Pakistan.
The delegate of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan finds it rather hard to write these chits out by hand. Would it be possible to send it to the board, who could then forward it to the delegate needed? Would that be an alternative? Thanks for the recognition.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the Federative Republic of Brazil, as a nation that places utmost importance on the topic of human rights, stands strong in its condemnation of heinous activities that have the intent to destroy an ethnic, national, racial, or religious group, such as genocide and ethnic cleansing. We continue to believe in peaceful diplomacy and urge for cooperative global efforts to tackle issues that present itself, especially in conflict zones where civilian protection is paramount. Brazil continues to show its stance by supporting international frameworks such as the Genocide Convention, International Criminal Court, and the Responsibility to Protect, going as far as to suggest refinements called responsibility while protecting, ensuring that any intervention taken in the name of protection is also subject to transparency, accountability, and strict adherence to international law. Moving forward, Brazil underscores the importance of building a global approach that prioritizes prevention, not just response. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Yes, delegation of India. Was that a point of information? Yes, delegate of Central African Republic. The delegation hasn't spoken yet.
So, how do the delegate of Brazil explain the attacks on the indigenous populations of the Amazon under the recent government?
The Brazilian government acknowledges the health genocide and other genocides going on in the indigenous community and have taken responsibility by sending health troops to the area and exterminating illegal miners from the area, which are the main cause of such atrocities.
Thank you, delegates. Delegation, was there a point? Yes, delegate of Canada. Yes, delegate.
Chit limit.
There is no chit limit. You may send as many as you want. Seeing no other points on the floor, we'll be opening the floor for motions. Delegates with motions, raise your plug cards in 3, 2. Delegate of Mexico, yes, you've been recognized.
It's a point of order.
Delegate, a motion. Are you raising a motion? Yeah. Yes, raise your motion.
I'm raising a motion for unmoderated caucus for 15 minutes to facilitate the block formation and strategical development of addressing the legitimate human rights violation in conflict zones such as Gaza, Kashmir, etc.
Wait, delegate, are you raising an unmod with a topic? No,
Yeah.
delegate. Unmoderated caucus, I'll clarify for the delegate. An unmoderated caucus is where you suspend formal debate and move into an informal session where there is no topic.
Yeah. So I like to move on. So the delegate of Mexico would like to move on to an unmoderated caucus.
Unmoderated caucus with a total duration of
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Thank you, delegate. Are there any other motions on the floor? I will raise your placards in 3, 2. Delegate of Israel.
The delegate of Israel would like to raise a motion on moving into a formal debate or a question answer session.
Delegate, one or the other.
Debate.
Debate.
Most preferably 3v3, if possible.
Delegate, that's a question and answer session. That is separate from a debate.
Okay, so question answer.
Question and answer session.
So
Yes.
the delegate of Israel would like to raise a motion on moving into a formal question answer session on the topic of Israel-Palestine conflict.
With the delegations of?
With the delegations of Israel,
Palestine.
Israel and Palestine.
Do you, does the delegation want any other
Yes.
nations to join? Yes.
USA
Okay.
and India.
India.
Yes.
Okay, delegate. Yes, delegate.
If a country has more of like a neutral stance, is it allowed in the question and answer session to choose a party?
No, delegate. It's not required. You need to choose a side.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, delegate. Time duration?
Time duration being 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay, sure. Okay, next. Once again, I'll be banging the and then you can raise your placards. The delegations can raise their placards. Okay. In 3, 2. Delegation of India.
The delegate of India would like to raise a motion for a moderated caucus on the topic examining allegations of genocide and ethnic cleansing in the context of the Israel-Palestine conflict, challenges and
Delegate, since the Israel-Palestine conflict has already been brought up by another motion,
no, like
we
a
would not
moderated
be
caucus instead of a question answer session, is that right?
sure. Okay.
For 15 minutes.
Okay.
That's all.
15 minutes. Okay. We'll be voting on the question and answer session moderated caucus first, primarily. All those, yes, delegate of Pakistan. No delegation. We'll be accepting 3 at a time. Okay. All those in favor of the unmoderated caucus, raise your placards in 3, 2. The motion does not pass. Next, we'll be voting on the question and answer session for a total time duration of 20 minutes with the topic of the Israel-Palestine conflict in 3, 2. Next, we'll be voting on the motion proposed by the delegation of India on the same topic of Israel and Palestine conflict with a total time duration of 15 minutes. All those in favor of the motion, raise your placards in 3, 2. Okay, delegates, there has been no simple majority, but the question and answer received 22 and the moderated caucus received 24 votes. So we'll be moving into a moderated caucus with the topic of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Delegation of India per speaker time. 60 seconds? Okay. Would you like to go first or last? First. Okay, delegate. All those wishing to add their names to the moderated caucus, raise your placards in 3, 2. Delegate of French Republic, you've been recognized. Delegate of United Kingdom, you've been recognized. Delegate of Sudan, you've been recognized. Delegate of Israel, you've been recognized. Delegate of Bulgaria, you've been recognized. Delegate of Portugal, you've been recognized. Delegate of Palestine, you've been recognized. Delegate of Canada, you've been recognized. Delegate of Nigeria, you've been recognized. Delegate of South Africa, you've been recognized. Delegate of Cuba, you've been Delegate of Cuba, you've been recognized. Delegate of New Zealand, you've been recognized. Delegate of Central African Republic, you've been recognized. Delegate of Brazil, you've been recognized. Delegate of Pakistan, you've been recognized. Delegate of Slovak Republic, you've been recognized. Delegate of Zimbabwe, you've been recognized. Delegate of USA, you've been recognized. Delegate of Congo, you've been recognized. Delegate of Indonesia, you've been recognized. You've been recognized, delegate. Austria, sorry. Delegate of Belarus, you've been recognized. Zimbabwe, you've been recognized. Yes, delegate. Yes, delegate, you may leave the committee. Yes, delegate of Israel. No, delegate, it's not. We've already voted on the moderated caucus for the Israel-Palestine conflict, so we'll be moving into that. Delegates, we've received 22 delegations on the speakers list. So we'll be having a cutoff. The first 15 that were recognized will be the ones speaking in the moderator caucus. Yes, Delegate of Congo. Yes, Delegate. Yes, Delegate, that will be sent. Yes, Delegate of Mexico. Yes, Delegate. Yes, Delegate, you may step out of the committee. Yes, Delegate of Canada. Yes. Yes, Delegate. Liaisons, could the charging station be shown? Yes, Delegate of Pakistan. Yes. It has been received. Yes, we'll be sending your reply shortly. We'll be checking that, Delegate. Yes, Delegate of... State your country.
Republic of Costa Rica.
Of?
Republic of Costa Rica.
Costa Rica, yes.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Can I charge my laptop?
Yes, Delegate. Liaison, can you guide them to the charging stations? Yes, Delegate of Romania. Yes.
Hello. Yeah. Point of personal privilege. Can I charge my phone?
Yes, Delegate. You'll be shown to the charging station. Yes, Delegate of Sudan. A mic to the delegation of Sudan.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Will we be continuing the main GSL after the moderated caucus?
Yes, Delegate. Once moderated caucus is over, we'll be reverting back to GSL.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Delegate of...
Point of personal privilege.
Delegate of?
New Zealand.
New Zealand, yes.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, Delegate.
May I use the washroom, please?
Yes, Delegate. You may step out of the committee. Yes,
Thank you,
Slovak Republic. Yes, Delegate. You'll be shown to the charging stations. Is there any other delegation that would like to charge their devices? Okay. We'll be moving into the... Two delegations. Okay. Palestine and Zimbabwe. Yes, you can be... Delegation of Egypt, yes. You may proceed to the charging stations. Washroom, yes, okay. Okay, delegates, we'll be moving into the moderator caucus. Delegation of India, you'll be going first. Delegations, the GSL list, if you scroll down, you'll see the moderator caucus and the list of speakers in the moderator caucus. Thank you. Delegation of India, you may proceed. Yes, delegate of Germany. Yes, a mic to the delegation, please.
Are the countries excluded from the moderated caucus speakers list allowed to raise points of information or point
Yes,
of order?
yes, delegate.
Thank you.
Yes, delegation of India. Yes, delegation. You may continue. You may.
India's policy towards Palestine has been long-standing and includes support for a negotiated two-state solution and the establishment of a sovereign, independent, and viable state of Palestine within secure and recognized borders, living side by side in peace with Israel. India was the first non-Arab country to recognize the Palestine Liberation Organization as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people in 1974. We, as a strategic partner of Israel, present a balanced position and call for quick cessation of hostilities, protection of civilian lives, restraint, de-escalation, and a resumption of dialogue. And since the beginning of conflict, India would like to state that even in 2024, metric tons of humanitarian aid was sent via UNRWA to Palestine.
Thank you, delegate. You have 10 minutes remaining. How would you like to? 10 seconds remaining. How would you like to yield your time? Yield to point of information. Are there any points on the floor? Yes, delegation of Pakistan.
before the delegate begins the point of information, they would like to present a point of personal privilege.
Yes.
The document where the SSL and GSL are written is not easily accessible on my device, on the delegate's device. Would it be possible to show it on the projector?
We'll work on that, delegate. Thank you.
The point of information is regarding Israel and India's close collaboration. Pakistan does not recognize the state of Israel, but India chooses to collaborate with them and not really condemn them, really, on the actions that they committed in Palestine. To clarify, it is about...
Mic to the delegation of India.
To clarify, this is about about how India is not condemning Israel when it is quick to jump to other important issues.
Yes.
First of all, on December 4 last year, if I believe I'm right, India did vote in favor.
Personal pronouns.
The delegation of India had voted in a favor of a UN General Assembly resolution that called for the withdrawal of Israel from the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, including East Jerusalem, and reiterated the call for achieving a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in West Asia. Also, for the country of India, national interest matters. Israel has been our strategic ally since the beginning of time, and we cannot throw away that. But we've always called for a two-state solution. And let me specify, let the delegate specify that metric tons of trade we had provided, 70 metric tons of humanitarian aid, including 16.5 metric tons of medicines and medical supplies in 2 tranches, $5 million last year and $5 million this year via the UN RWA. So doesn't that count?
Point of personal privilege. Could the delegate repeat the aid part?
This was a statement released by the Ministry of External Affairs. Exact quote, India has provided around 70 metric tons of humanitarian aid, including 16.5 metric tons of medicines and medical supplies in 2 tranches. It has also released $5 million last year and dispersed another $5 million this year to the United Nations Relief and Work Agencies for Palestinian refugees in the Near East. And 65 tons of medicines were also sent to UN RWA in October and November 2024. Also, there is there is a project, IBSA project, for reconstruction of the Alta Habib Medical Center in Shujaa, Gaza, at the cost of US $1 million, and India is a part of that project. A proposal, future project.
Right.
Thank you, delegate.
Could the delegate reply to that?
No follow-up.
Oh.
No follow-up. Thank you. Yes, delegation of Germany. We'll be accepting one due to time constraints. Yes, delegate. Yes, delegate. Yes. Yes, delegate of Germany. Yes. Yes, delegate. You may ask the question via chat. Yes, delegation of Pakistan.
The delegation didn't want to offer a follow-up, but rather wanted the India to rephrase their answer. The delegation of India to rephrase their answer because it did not answer the delegation of Pakistan's question.
Delegations do this via chat. Thank you. We'll be moving on to the next speaker, delegation of the French Republic.
The French government unequivocally condemns the genocidal actions perpetrated by the Israeli government as well as the indefensible support provided by the United States in enabling such atrocities. The right of the Israeli government to self-determination can never be exercised at the expense of innocent lives, especially the lives of children who are dying from starvation. We ask, how can the Israeli government justify blocking the delivery of food aids by road when 1 in 3 Palestinians go a day without eating? According to the United Nations, over 1,300 Palestinians have been killed while attempting to access food from the Gaza Humanitarian Fund aid hubs. In the light of such horrific events, the French Republic reiterates its unwavering support for a two-state solution. In pursuit of this goal, France will formally recognize the state of Palestine in the upcoming United Nations General Assembly in September, potentially becoming the first G7 country to take this step. The French government calls upon the member states to support this initiative for voluntary veto restraint in case of mass atrocities, as in the case of Israel-Palestine crisis, where certain global powers have abdicated their moral responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Yes. Point of order, yes.
To confirm, the delegate of the French Republic is claiming that this is their current foreign policy to do so.
Yes, Delegate. The French president himself has recognized that or made a statement that by September, the French government will be recognizing the Palestinian statehood, as it believes that, considering the current global geopolitical situation, recognizing the statehood of Palestine is the only solution to hold on to the hope of a two-state solution.
The delegate of Pakistan is very, very much overjoyed to hear such a prominent member have such a position. But would the delegate please provide a source for this?
Yes, I would be providing it via sheet, and that would be sent via the EB as well. Is that okay?
That would be great.
Yes, delegation of Germany. Sustained. Wait, delegate, quote, unquote. Thank you, delegate. Sustained. We'll be moving on to the next speaker, delegation of the United Kingdom. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The cries from Gaza are not echoes of a distant war. They are the urgent pleas of a people being erased. What we are witnessing is not collateral damage. It is systematic destruction of homes, hospitals, history, and humanity. While the United Kingdom is historically complicit in shaping this conflict and supports Israel's right to self-defense within the bounds of the international law, it cannot remain a silent observer to what now amounts to ethnic cleansing. Entire families buried beneath rubble, journalists silenced, aid blockaded. If this does not demand accountability under international law, what does? The ICC must open formal investigations into war crimes committed in the occupied Palestinian territories. Ceasefires cannot substitute for justice. The UK supports Israel's right to self-defense within the bounds of international law. Delegates' neutrality in the face of genocide is complicity. This committee must act, not with statements of regret, but with resolutions that uphold the very laws we claim to protect.
Thank you, delegates. You have 5 seconds remaining. How would you like to yield your time?
To the chair.
Okay, delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Delegation of India.
The delegate of the United Kingdom just mentioned that it cannot remain a silent observer to genocide issues, right? So why is it that the United Kingdom was so silent and so suppressive of the famines and human rights violations that occurred in colonial India? Why were no reparations made?
Thank you for the question, delegate. The UK acknowledges its colonial past, and pondering on the past won't fix the problems of today. The UK supports the ICC and has endorsed several Security Council resolutions that establishes tribunals or mandate investigations into crimes of genocide in Rwanda and Yugoslavia. So in recent years, the UK Parliament has recognized the atrocities against genocide committed in various countries despite global opposition from powers. And furthermore, the UK has been vocal in pushing for independent investigations and has called for reforms to address the UN's paralysis in situations where veto powers prevent collective action against such a choice.
Delegation of UK, would you be accepting a question from the EB?
Yes.
Okay, delegate. So you have the delegation has a colonial past. Yes. What has the delegation done to provide aid for the countries that you have colonized?
Well, can I reply via chat because I
Yes,
have a
delegate.
long answer?
Yes.
May I have a follow-up, please?
No, delegate. Yes, delegate of Canada. Yes. 60 seconds. Yes, delegation of Pakistan. Am I to the delegation of Pakistan?
This would be to India's point of information. How is
Delegation, what point do you rise to?
point of order?
Order, yes.
How was the point of order that the Indian delegation raised relevant to the current agenda of this moderated caucus?
Yes, delegate, valid. We'll be moving on to the next speaker. Yes, delegate, your point of order has been sustained. Delegate of Sudan, you have the floor for a minute.
Thank you, EB. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Sudan firmly believes that justice and accountability must prevail without compromising impartiality. The allegations of genocide and ethnic cleansing in the Israel-Palestine conflict are grave, but they demand unbiased and evidence-based investigation rather than politicization. But they demand international community to strengthen existing legal mechanisms such as the International Criminal Court, ensuring they operate existing legal mechanisms and without selectivity. We advocate for comprehensive fact-finding missions under UN auspices and stress that accountability must apply equal to all parties involved. Sudan reiterates the peace cannot be achieved through accusations alone, but through dialogue, adherence to international law, and respect for human rights. Let us work collectively to ensure justice while preventing further escalation of violence. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. We'll be moving into a break for lunch. We need a motion to move into lunch. Raise your placards in 3, 2. Delegation of... Yes, delegate. Delegation of... What's your country, delegate? Netherlands? Yes, delegation of Netherlands.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I would like to adjourn the session to a formal break.
Formal break, yes. All those in favor of the formal break? This motion clearly passes. We are now moving into a formal break. Thank you.
Hello, check. Hello. Hello.
Pakistan. Pakistan. Right, okay.
If the delegate of
Any
Pakistan
further?
may add a small point,
Yes, Pakistan.
Spits on all the glorious years of diplomacy that we've had in the UN so far.
Yes, delegate of USA. We'll get to you. Pakistan is going crazy. Pakistan, please sum up all your points.
So far, the delegate of the United States has spit on all forms of diplomacy that we've conducted so far. It has incited the same kind of hate speech that leads to genocide that we so desperately try to avoid.
Wait, Pakistan. The delegation has condemned the actions taken by USA, all put together.
Well, obviously.
Yes, yes. Heavily condemns actions taken by the USA.
Would even recommend expulsion. Would even
yes.
recommend expulsion.
If delegates, we will allow a timeout. If delegation, we will clarify that first, and then we'll get to the delegation of USA.
Check.
Yes, delegation. You will be suspended for a few. Delegation. You can, the delegations can betray their foreign policy.
As
Yes.
stated previously, what the United States delegate has said so far has spat on all the decades of diplomacy we've
yes.
had so far.
Delegates with enough signatures collected from the nations, we can go on and suspend the delegations. A singular delegation. USA, they're coming for you.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
How many signatories would be required to remove?
Simple majority. Half
Well,
plus one.
That seems simple.
We will be sharing the simple majority in the group soon. Yes, delegation of Portugal. Yes. Yes. Noted, delegate. Yes, delegate of India. USA? You will be in the question and answer session, yes? Question and answer session. Delegate of Denmark. Yes. Yes, just a second. Lyson's glasses. Yes. Syrian Arab Republic. Please raise your hand. Syrian Arab Republic. Raise your hand. Yes, delegate. Sorry for the inconvenience. State the motion. Lyson. Approach the EB. Yes, continue.
The delegate of Denmark would like to raise the motion to propose a question and answer session between Pakistan along with India against USA.
Against USA, France? Yes, okay. All those in favor of this motion? Due to simple majority, this motion clearly passes. We will be moving into a question and answer session with the delegates of USA and France against the delegations of Pakistan and India. Yes, delegate? In a few. In a few. We'll be starting with these delegations. Yes, Germany. Yes. No delegate. We'll be doing that separately. Delegates quicker. Yes. Delegation of Congo. Yes. Yes. Yes, delegate, you may. Yes, delegation of Pakistan. Okay, delegate. So I will clarify that. The delegations mentioned in the question and answer session will be coming forward and, debating one another. This is without, without having to go against each other via point of informations. You can directly rebuttal. Yes, delegation of Armenia, yes. Against? USA. Yes. Yes, delegate, move back. While the delegation of USA gets their laptop charged, we'll move on to the next speaker. We'll be moving into the moderator caucus proposed shortly, the question and answer session. Before that, the EB would want a statement from the delegation of France. Hope that's okay with the committee. Yes? Delegates, delegate of Denmark, since you proposed the motion, would you be okay with us finishing the SSL first and then moving into the question and answer session? Is the committee in favor of this? All those in favor of this, raise your placards. Under the discretion of the EB, this motion passes. Delegation of France, you have the floor. Yes, delegation of France, you have the floor for a minute. Wait, delegation of Romania, yes. Yes, delegate, you may go. Delegation of Sudan. Yes, delegate. Liaison. Bottle of water. Yes. Delegation of France. Proceed. Wait. Delegation of France. Before you begin, do you align with USA's statement?
Yes.
Thank you, delegate.
France will not be silent any longer. For years, our nation endured in silence as the poison of Islamist terrorism seeped deeper into our society. From the massacre at Charlie Hebdo to the slaughter of Bataclan and to the horrific beheading of Samuel Paty, each attack was not just a strike at innocent lives, but a strike at the very heart of French values, liberty, equality, and fraternity. The Islamic groups have been continuously violating this. We have heard enough excuses. We have seen enough blood, and now we will act. Let us be clear. The decision to deport certain individuals is not an act of prejudice. It's a product of years of intelligence gathering and the recognition of a dangerous truth. While the Russian government's claims about the Uyghur Muslim in the so-called Unit 404 are only partially accurate, French intelligence has uncovered far more troubling realities. Okay. So I have to do that right now? Okay. Okay, sure.
Yes, delegate. Yes, delegate. Under the discretion of the EB, yes. Yes, delegate of Germany. Just a second, delegate. Yes. As soon as the...
Can I reply?
Wait, delegate. We will actually after post the question and answer session, we will raise the EB will ask the committee if the delegation must be suspended. With a simple majority, this can happen. Delegations who have submitted their presidential addresses, kindly raise your placards. Germany, yes, we've received it. DPRK, the China, yes. New Zealand, kindly rise. Delegates, you must be aware of this. New Zealand declares war on the US. Delegates, this is the UNGA UNHRC. We cannot wage war. We strongly condemn the atrocious act of violence. We form a coalition with Mexico, Canada, and Egypt. Mexico, Egypt, Canada. Raise your placards. Delegate, wait. Delegations, wait. New Zealand, take a break. You've been gagged, kindly remain in the back of the committee. Please move to the back of the committee, delegate. Time out. Yes, yes, delegation of Portugal. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Countries here got such shiny, nice placards in such a nice font with their flags next to them. But my good friend, the delegate
yes,
of
hi,
what country are you?
Bulgaria,
Delegate of Bulgaria has
realize.
received nothing
Delegate.
but a scratched on label in sketch pen. Does the honorable chair believe that Bulgaria is any less of a country?
No, delegate.
Is this what Bulgaria deserves? This is injustice.
Delegation of Bulgaria, we apologize for your placard. We're working on your placard right now. We will see to it that you get delegations, no memes being projected. Thank you. Yes, delegation of Germany. Just a second, delegate. Any other presidential addresses? France, you've submitted yours? Yes. Saudi Arabia, we've received yours. Okay, Saudi Arabia, you'll be going. Saudi Arabia will be doing the first presidential address once we approve it. Just a second. Delegates of Saudi Arabia, kindly approach the EB. No, delegate. Delegates delegates, raise your placards in recognition of the President of, no, Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia. Yes, lower your placards, delegates. Delegates, kindly rise for the Saudi Arabian national anthem. After we play. Okay, delegates, sorry, that was. Please be seated. Yes, okay. Once again, the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia. Go on.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, my fellow citizen, esteemed members of the international community, it is with a heart heavy beyond words that I address you today. After days of uncertainty, silence, and unanswered questions, we have received the confirmation that His Excellency, the President of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has been martyred. He was not merely a leader, he was the voice of justice in a world that too often turns a blind eye. His final mission was one of peace, unity, and truth. He gave his life in the pursuit of dignity, not just for our people, but for all the oppressed communities around the world. To those responsible, your actions have not silenced us. They have ignited our resolve. In order of our fallen leader, in order of the innocent souls lost with him, I ask that we rise now in silence and play the royal anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
We'll be allowing one point of info. Prime Minister, don't leave. 1 point of information. In 3, 2, from an opposing nation, preferably. UK? No point of information? Yes. Preferably, we want a point of information from the UK.
Has the government of Saudi Arabia found any correlation of the assassination of its president with the UK government?
You didn't say that in your presidential statement. Say it. That is up to your discretion. Up to you. Up to you. Up to you. We will not be clarifying anything. Up to you, delegate. Up to you, delegate. Up to you.
Actually, the president has died in the UK.
Yes, but has the delegation found any evidence of the UK government's involvement in the assassination of its president?
We are working on that.
Chair,
Yes, delegate.
the delegation would like to clarify that it has no involvement in this matter whatsoever.
Whatsoever.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The assassination of their president, I mean.
Was your president assassinated? Yes, you've stated that. You've stated that he's been assassinated. Assassinated. No. How is the delegation sure that it was an assassination? Yes, delegate.
Clarification from the delegation of the UK. Okay, it was a mistake on the delegation's part.
That there was an assassination of
the delegation of the Saudi stated in their speech that their president was martyred. Sorry.
Not assassinated.
Not assassinated.
Okay.
Not assassinated.
Okay, yes, thank you, thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you. China and Russia, it is a joint statement, I believe. Yes. Wait, delegates, let us just go through your. Yes, delegate of Ireland. Delegate of New Zealand. Would the nation behave themselves? Would the nation behave themselves? Thank you, delegate. You may return back to your seat. Delegates of China and Russia kindly approach CEB. Okay, delegate. Yes. Yes, okay. Submitted. Delegate of Germany, kindly edit your presidential address. Delegate of Germany, we'll be going through yours, and if it is approved, we'll let you come forward. Yes. No, that was to them. Delegate of Germany, kindly approach the EB. Point of order, yes. Mic to the delegation of Pakistan, please.
The delegate's supposed clarification was that a murder had occurred on the assaults, not an assassination.
Delegate, that is over. That is over. Thank you. Delegates, raise your placards in recognition of the President of Germany. President. Yes, you may go on.
Honorable delegates and chair, this is the President of Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, speaking. There has been a bombing of the Muslim community over South African territory, and the Federal Republic of Germany is charged with funding the Israeli bombing. Now the world must listen. For the past 4 months, Germany has been controlling the right-wing extremist party Alternative for Germany. However, in the last 24 hours, there has been an armed insurgency in Germany by the far-right extremist organization, a neo-Nazi party. The Federal Intelligence Service has found the party's illicit planning and funding for the Israel bombing for a mass distraction required for a political coup at the home front. This is a ploy played by Hitler's daughter's party and Israel for their own selfish political gains. The state of Israel has been in direct connection with the AFD and since 12 a.m. today recognized the banned political party as the legitimate source of authority. The official federal government of Germany no longer recognizes Israel as an ally but an enemy and sends a plea to all nations, including its Muslim fraternity in the world. As the supreme leader of Germany, I call on the entire international community once and for all for universal intervention and international universal intervention to put an end to the rise of neo-Nazism. Pakistan call for diplomacy, Palestine for humanity, and India for Vasudeva Kudumbakam. Now is the time to put your preachings into practice. Now is the time to show the worth of your words. I ask to each and every single one of you, do you want a new Holocaust? Do you want a new Auschwitz? Do you want a new Hitler? The choice is yours. The choice is now. This is the President of Federal Republic of Germany signing off.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any point of informations? Yes, delegates of Cuba. Point of? Order, yes.
The Chancellor of Germany mentioned Hitler's daughter, but Hitler didn't have any kids. Hitler's daughter's party. Hitler didn't have any kids.
First of all, point of order, it is not the Chancellor of Germany, it is the President of Germany.
Chancellor is also mentioned, right?
I'm sorry?
Chancellor is also mentioned.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Should I refrain from using the personal pronoun right now? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, it can be also meant as Chancellor.
I'm sorry?
A president can be...
No.
What is your point of order?
Point
Clarify.
of order,
Delegate did not have kids.
Yeah, Hitler didn't have kids.
Hitler,
No,
sorry. Hitler didn't have kids.
Kids, yeah.
Delegate of which country?
Cuba.
Delegate of Cuba, it is called a figure of speech.
Okay.
It is called a figure of speech.
Hitler's followers. No. Hitler's followers created that party.
Yes.
Any
Thank you, delegates. Are there any other points? Yes. Yes. Pakistan, would you say if the delegation of Israel goes first? Okay, delegate. Okay.
The delegate of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan would like to confirm that there is conclusive intelligence reports that the state of Israel has been operating with the far-right neo-Nazi AFD and has been doing so for so long, and additionally that the Israeli government is being supported and is intentionally being supported by neo-Nazis.
Yes, there is conclusive evidence by the Federal Intelligence Service of Germany that AFD is complicit in the Israeli bombing of Muslim migrants. There is conclusive evidence.
So would this additionally make Germany more condemning of the Israeli treatment of the of the Gaza genocide?
Yes, especially if backed by the Muslim fraternity, the Islamic fraternity nationwide.
I thank the President of Germany. The delegate thanks the President of Germany.
You're welcome.
Sustained. Okay. Okay. Israel. Yes.
To clarify, according to Germany, there has been a prevalent policy going on that any act Yes, where was I? Yes. So there has been a prevalent policy going on in Germany that any acts of supporting Hitler and Hitler's ideology will be persecuted.
Yes.
So, isn't it the inefficiency of the Germany government that there has been a community of Hitler's daughter party going on in Germany all these years long?
In fact, the existence of the Alternative for Germany party has existed for a long time. And while the Federal Republic of Germany has attempted to ban the party, US and its other allies have supported its existence and said that banning the party means it is anti-democratic. So the Federal Republic of Germany has done everything under its control to prevent and to ban this existing party, but international aid, including from your country, has led us to this situation, has led us to this state of emergency within our country.
Hello.
Yes, delegation of India, point of order. Stated. Follow up? No, delegate, that would be all. Yes, delegation of India.
The delegate of India would like to highlight the President of Germany's statement that it is up to the world's discretion if another monster like Hitler is supposed to resurface in the world. And you brought India's Vasudeva Kudumbakam policy into a state that funds bombed plants. We care about people.
The Indian delegation referred to the Federal Republic of Germany as a state that funds bombing. Well, for every economic and arms export license that is granted from Germany, the German government carefully assesses whether there is a clear risk that the particular item will be subject to licensing would be used in the commission of genocide, crimes against humanity, or grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions of 1949. This is a press release. This is a press statement from the federal government of Germany. Berlin does not tolerate anti-Semitism, but that does not mean that it supports a humanitarian crisis, that it aids and funds Israelis' genocide. Even before the crisis, the German Foreign Minister Johann Vadeful met with the Israeli president and the representatives and put and exerted international pressure for humanitarian aid to enter into Israel.
Thank you, President. You may return. Yes, Israel. Germany, I'll forward it to you. Delegate, yes. Mic to the delegation of Pakistan. The delegation could not hear the delegation of Israel. The delegation of Israel asked for the presidential statement to be sent to the delegation. Thank you. Apology accepted, delegate of New Zealand. Delegate of France and USA, kindly approach the EB.
Yes, only for the crisis. I am listening. They died for the crisis. Never mind. They were toxic.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Saudi president died?
Okay, delegates. They will be doing their presidential statements tomorrow. Yes, delegate of United States of Mexico. Yes. Mic to the delegation.
You can go.
Yes, delegation.
Call to take a call.
Okay, delegate. Yes, delegate, you may go. Yes, delegation of. Yes. Yes, delegate, you may. Yes, delegate of Germany. Yes, delegate. Okay, delegates. Valid question. Whatever changes were done to your foreign policy during the crisis will not sustain when formal session is reverted. Hope that's clear. If you do want to make changes to your foreign policy, again, you will need to make a presidential statement. Hope that's clear to the committee. Yes, delegate of French Republic. Point of parliamentary inquiry. Yes. No, delegate, whatever changes are made to your foreign policy in the crisis will not sustain during the formal session. Okay? It would be maintained during the crisis, but however, once we revert back to formal session, it would not sustain. Yes. Yes. Chit to another delegate? No delegate. Yes, Romania? Yes. Sorry, delegate? Yes. Yes, delegate. Nigeria? Yes, delegate. Delegate of? Indonesia, yes. Yes. That depends, delegate. Yes, delegate of Pakistan? Yes, delegate. However, today we have about 5 more minutes left, so we'll be reverting back to special speaker list. Next, we have Israel on the list. Sorry, delegate? You can add yourself to the SSL. A mic to the delegation of Pakistan. Delegate of Romania, yes? Yes, delegate, you may. Delegate, you must wait for your turn on the special speakers list. You have been added.
Okay. Noted.
Thank you. Yes, delegate of Israel, you have the floor.
The state of Israel would go till any extent to save its best ally from any sort of attacks, as USA has done the same when crises have occurred in Israel. If it means eliminating terrorism once and for all, for Israel, it's not about the religion, but about eliminating terrorism. Israel has helped and will continue to help any of our allies or non-allies if that particular nation is in any possible threat of terrorism, as Mossad has always had the history in neutralizing terrorism or extremism-stricken situations. Once again, let the delegate remind the committee that this has nothing to do with religion. And for a surprise in the committee, a Jewish majority state...
Delegate, any updates to the crisis must be done through a presidential statement. That update must be done through a presidential statement. Send that in via WhatsApp. Yes, delegate, just a clarification via the EB. The delegation had stated that it is not about religion. Yes. However, the delegation of USA had stated that there were no prior investigations. They were deported simply because they were Muslim. So how can the delegation of Israel state that there is no relevance of religion here?
I will give the delegate of Israel shall give the presidential statement. And
this will be addressed in the statement?
Yes, this will be addressed.
Okay, delegate. Next we have the delegation of... Yes.
The Israeli delegation has stated that they shall go to whatever extents to eliminate the threat of terrorism once and for all. The delegation of Germany poses a question. Does the threat of terrorism mean the existence of hospitals? Does the threat of terrorism mean the lives of a different religious community? Does the lives of terrorism mean food for civilians?
The delegate of Israel has, the Israeli forces has never directly targeted any civilians in any of the history. It has always attacked the terrorist groups hid behind human shields of civilians.
Delegates, the delegation of Israel has bombed the plane with no evidence of terrorist groups being present.
I shall bring that up in the presidential statement.
Personal pronouns, delegate.
Sorry, the delegate of Israel shall bring that up in the
Germany, this
presidential
will be
statement.
clarified in the delegation's speech.
Thank you.
Yes, Pakistan, point of information? Point of order, yes. Sustained. Delegate of Saudi Arabia. Do you want to remove your name from the special speakers list? Okay, delegate. Delegate of UK. Delegate of UK. Delegate of UK. Yes, you have the floor for 60 seconds. Move down the list, okay. Delegate of South Africa. Presidential address. It must be submitted to the EB. Hope that's clear. Yes, delegate. You can do it tomorrow. Delegation of China. President statement. Tomorrow. Okay, delegate. Pakistan.
The Islamic Republic of Pakistan sees this and all the statements produced by America, France, and the state of Israel as the epitome of prejudice. Although this prejudice is far, far more advanced and sinister than anything that the world has seen thus far. These kinds of statements burn bridges, literally and metaphorically, and this is a bridge that may never be rebuilt. Islam is a religion of more than 1 billion people, some of the smartest, some of the kindest people the world shall ever know. But the prejudice of the United States, France, and Israel denies all of it for a simplistic, genocidal position of deportation and extermination.